we'll reconvene the January 24th meeting. Roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
And a closed session report.
There's no closed session report this evening.
Thank you. Would you all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Councilman Henn and remain standing for the invocation from Mr. Frank Carpenter.
Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads and join me in an invocation. Heavenly Father, we come before you. We thank you for this fair city and all the blessings you've bestowed upon it. We thank you for these public servants. We ask that you give them wisdom tonight. And we thank you for these citizens and their interest in participating. We ask that you give us patience with one another and that you would bless this time together. Amen.
Thank you. And now we have a presentation from the Newport Beach Restaurant Association. Yes, we do have, or we don't have?
We do have. Jim Walker.
Oh, Jim. I was looking for Peggy.
Actually, I'm not here to give the presentation. Peggy is, so I'm assuming that she's running a little late. But I can tell you that Restaurant Week has gotten off to a great start, and we're seeing some great response from that. So that's the end of my presentation. But I'm not sure. I talked to Peggy. She was on her way. So
Peggy?
I don't know if we can. There she is. Okay, good. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Gardner, members of council, city staff, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening to represent the Newport Beach food service industry. I'm sure that Mr. Walker already introduced himself. At a recent Board of Directors meeting, the Restaurant Association nominated a new board. Mr. Walker is our current treasurer and will be hopefully our incoming president. Upon council's approval, that item will be hopefully up for your consideration at one of your February meetings. I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to talk about some of the things the Restaurant Association bid is currently working on, but I would just like to give a brief update. We are starting production of our 2012 official Newport Beach Dining Guide. We publish and print 100,000 of those guides and distribute them to strategic outlets throughout the community. In addition to that, we're focusing very heavily on our internet marketing and social media campaigns as we have in past, and look forward to implementing a new brand identity campaign in conjunction with our 2012 dining guide. The association is also looking to partner with American Express on some search engine optimization campaigns. We just launched a partnership with them. They're offering benefits to the restaurant members, and we also are planning a networking seminar / educational seminar in mid-March with the Newport Beach Chamber of Commerce. Last but not least, we're very excited that the 6th annual Newport Beach Restaurant Week is currently taking place through January 29th. And would like to invite the community to try one of their favorite restaurants at special fixed price menus. There's a lot of great opportunities to get out and dine in our wonderful city. So I would just like to thank you for the opportunity for the update this evening, and we hope to see you at Newport Beach Restaurant Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peggy. Notice to the public.
The city provides the yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the council. Speakers must limit comments to 5 minutes on agenda items. The council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode. Now is the time for council announcements or matters which council members would like placed on a future agenda for discussion, action, or report.
Before we start that, I would like to remind everyone we have a very busy agenda tonight, and it is a council policy that no item is to be introduced after 11 p.m. Now, I know it's aggravating to come and then perhaps not have your the item that you're here for heard until another night. But it's even more aggravating to have a council which has been sitting since 4 o'clock be tired and make the wrong decision. So at 11 o'clock, if we are still conducting business, we will finish that item, and then I will ask the council what their wish is, whether to continue or whether we will adjourn. So I just wanted to let you know that. Now, announcements. Councilman Hill?
None, thank you.
Councilman Rosansky?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Curry?
On February 3rd, Speak Up Newport will host the annual Mayor's Dinner at the Newport Beach Marriott Hotel. This is an annual event. It usually sells out. It may have already been sold out, but if you haven't made plans, I encourage you to contact Speak Up Newport and be there to hear our Mayor Gardner do her State of the City address and set out the goals for the year. It will be a great event.
Thank you. Councilwoman Daigle?
Yes, in the past, the city of Newport Beach has had traffic circulation issues with our neighbors, and now our neighbors have an issue with us, and that being the city's position on the 19th Street Bridge. So they've came to me and asked if the city would look at that issue and decide to either affirm our current position or to modify our position. And in speaking with the mayor about this yesterday, going to be a couple council members meeting with, and we may be able to come up with some alternatives. But it is something in the spirit of diplomacy and cooperation and respect with our neighbors that we'd like to have placed on the agenda as to the city's position. And then my second announcement is that there have been numerous power outages in the city in the past year. I know in the past 2 months in my neighborhood there's been 3 because I've had to reset my garage door opener every time. And as a result, I've asked the city staff to meet with Edison and drill down a little bit as to those outages and why they're happening. Some are planned, some are unplanned. And if we can get a little better communications going with Edison and the community, I think that would go a long way. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Henn?
I have no announcements, but I'd add the Balboa Peninsula to that request. We have outages, I'm going to guess, at least one every other month on the peninsula. I'd like a better explanation of that, too, and what they're doing about it.
Councilman Selich?
No items this evening.
And I have none. Consent calendar?
All matters listed under consent calendar, items 1 through 12, are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. The City Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the Council votes on the motion unless members of the Council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Members of the public who wish to discuss the consent calendar item should come forward to the lectern upon invitation by the mayor and state their name and item number. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. And I'd also like to note that I provided an amendment to the minutes, and then the city attorney, I believe, provided amendments to item 3, Council Policy E1.
Thank you. Councilwoman Daigle?
Number 7, please.
Councilman Henn?
None, thank you.
Councilman Selich?
Nothing to pull.
Councilman Hill?
Nothing to pull.
Councilman Rosansky?
Number 12.
Mayor Pro Tem Curry?
No items?
I have number 6. Staff?
We'd like to ask that number 4, the adoption of the very high fire hazard severity zone map, be continued until February 14th.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that has anything from the consent calendar they would like pulled?
Mayor Gardner, Jim Mosher, number 3 and number 9.
Anyone else? All right, can I have a motion?
I would move the adoption of the consent calendar with the exceptions of items 3, 6, 7, 9, and 12, continuing item 4 to the 14th of February. And I will record an abstention on item 4 since I live within the designated fire zone.
Second.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the resolution titles for item number 11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Kaiser Marston Associates to conduct a market analysis for Balboa Village, Lido Village, and Mariners Mile, and also Resolution Number 2012-7, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach for access to tax records and documents pursuant to California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 7056B. With that, the motion carries unanimously.
All right, item number 3, Mr. Mosier.
Yes, Mayor Gardner and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. This item is a request for approval of revisions to your policy regarding the city's response to what are called Public Records Act requests. I think it's unfortunate or a shame that we no longer have the Media and Communications Committee where a matter of this kind might have been discussed before being brought to the full council. I really wanted to talk about it at some length tonight, but in view of the large audience you have and your full agenda, I'll try to make it brief. I'd just like to point out in the staff report that under the discussion it says the city attorney and the city clerk have already trained the staff on this new policy, apparently with confidence that you're going to adopt it tonight without any real discussion or possibility of modification, which to me makes it appear to be a staff policy sanctioned, I guess, by the council rather than truly a council policy. That bothers me somewhat because you are the elected representatives who are supposed to be making the policy, and I really don't like having that left to a city staff, 90% of whom we understand don't even live in our city. I've been at the public end, so I have some experience of how Public Records Act requests work. I was going to use this, a very recent illustration. As you know, I have an interest, as I believe all of you do, in the airport matters. It is something possibly even of more interest than the golf club. And I was interested in seeing who we are working with and what we're asking them not to talk about in the secret negotiations that seem to be going on. So I made it on January 9th, the Public Records Act request, not to be part of the negotiations, but just to look at the confidentiality agreements that would indicate who we are working with and what we've asked them not to talk about. Doesn't seem like a great big deal to me. It seems like it should be a public record, just as if we made a contract with an attorney, the contract would be a matter of record, and we could see who we'd hired and what we'd hired them to do. 10 days later, I got a response letter, and this is quite typical from the city attorney, telling me that there are no non-exempt disclosable records that respond to my request to see the confidentiality agreements. And 4 reasons are given here, starting with the agreements were written by an attorney. Now, of course, all the ordinances you pass are written by an attorney. That doesn't sound like a very good reason to me. And a number of other reasons here, including, finally, the attorney's decision that the public interest in keeping these secret, keeping the confidentiality agreement secret, outweighed the public's interest. This is not the city's interest, the interest of all the people of California. It's better to keep them secret than to reveal them to the public. So based on the experience that I have had this been discussed outside of the full council, the recommendations I would have made, number 1, because you can adopt a more liberal policy than the minimum that the Public Records Act requires. Number 1, that instead of just saying that there are no records, actually I should clarify, the city attorney is not saying that there are no records, he's saying that they won't even tell me if there are any records or agreements of this sort. I would suggest that the city attorney, you instruct the city staff to provide the requester with a list of items, if there are any, and the reasons why those specific items are not being released, rather than just a general statement that there are no records that can be released. Number 2, kind of tagging on to what Councilwoman Daigle recommended some time ago, that the city make visible on its website contracts that have been signed in the last 30 days. It would be really helpful to provide a list of Public Records Act requests that had been responded to, because something I'm interested in is likely to be something other people are interested in. And it would be very helpful for the public to be able to see. You don't have to post the documents, but something about Banning Ranch had been released, or something about the airport had been released. because once you release it to one person, it has to be made available to everybody. I think that would be a good thing. And second, with regard to the city attorney's determination that the public interest in keeping a secret outweighed the public interest in disclosure, that's really a policy decision, and I don't think the city attorney should be making those. I would have the right to appeal this at great expense to the Superior Court of Orange County. I would have to pay, the city taxpayers would have to pay at the other end. I would suggest that you have some mechanism for appeal if people are unhappy with the decision, less costly and more local than that. Those
Thank
would
you.
be my suggestions.
Mayor Pro Tem Curry?
Move approval of the item. I think you have more speakers, though.
No, yes.
Robert Hawkins, City of Newport Beach. I have only one comment. I think it's a little odd for all these changes in our public records policy, but you can see most of these were caused, I believe, by a change in the city attorney's office. So the city attorney became very involved in responding to Public Records Act requests with Mr. Hunt, and now it's being delegated to other city staff. But the objectionable part of this is the final paragraph. Paragraph N. The city clerk, with the concurrence of the city attorney, may amend this policy. Now, this is your policy, which you are adopting tonight. May amend this policy to allow for improved efficiencies and changes in state law relating to the Public Records Act. That's without the council action. I do not believe that city staff should be able, without any notice to the public, without any hearing, to be able to change this public records policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? Mayor Pro Tem Curry, you wish to?
Move approval of the item.
Actually, I'll follow up and ask the city attorney, why do we have that language in there? He's referring to number N on the last, at the end.
The policy, in essence, tracks what the state law requires regarding the Public Records Act. Occasionally, there are changes in the state law, so rather than bring those back for approval, we were seeking for authority to go ahead and make amendments to the council policy if there were
there's
changes.
changes in state law on a lot of things, and that doesn't authorize the staff to change our policies or ordinances or other things that.
It was just a suggestion. We're happy to remove the language. That's the will of the council.
All right. Then, was your motion seconded?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, I'd make an alternative motion to approve it without that, without N.
I'll second that.
All right. Any comments, like the discussion of this? All right, please vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I have to read the title for the resolution. It's Resolution Number 2012-5, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach adopting the revised City Council Policy E1, Public Records Act Policy as amended. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And I called number 6, which is a memorandum of understanding to accommodate the Irvine Company under the city exception process to the California Ocean Plan for discharges of areas of special biological significance, where we're going to suddenly incur a $10,000 expense, which is very nice of us.
That's right.
What benefit is there for us doing this?
Well, in this case, we've always understood ourselves to have a responsibility under the area of special biological significance rules, and that indeed we've been directed by the State Water Board to comply with that. So this is an item we don't have any choice but to do, and we think the manner in which it's proposed here, where we share some of the costs, is the most effective way for us to do it. It's not a cost we could get out of necessarily.
No, I
if that's
know
your
that
question.
we have the responsibility, but I'm wondering, the sharing seems to be somewhat one way.
I think, and I was a little uncertain here too. Are we now paying their $10,000, or they're going to pay a portion of the cost here?
Then you get to the level of above my head, so I see maybe Dave Webb can help me out here. The Deputy Public
And
Works
Dave, I
Director.
also have a question about on section 4.2 that, or no, 5.2, that they're going to be responsible until they decide not to be responsible for the pump station. So can you clarify that as well?
Hi, Dave Webb. Thank you. Real quick, I heard a couple questions. The $10,000, that the Irvine Company is responsible for. We've agreed we should pick that up. The thought behind that is that we're already doing monitoring, and we're monitoring the city drains. We're monitoring several other private drains. There's one drain, the Irvine Company's coming out of Pelican Point. It's probably not fair to charge one landowner and not everybody else. So they're also, the Irvine Company's installed a private diversion up there, and they're monitoring that, which Nancy alluded to. They're going to keep monitoring that. The agreement says they have to monitor that and maintain that. The agreement has some flexibility. If they change the terms and they decide they're not going to do what we're asking them to do, we can voluntarily cancel this agreement at any time. Both parties agreed to that. So with those terms, we've said it's probably workable for us.
So in other words, it says to the extent that the Irvine Company elects to continue to operate the pump station, which it operates on a voluntary basis, when it elects not to do that, then we can go back and say, all right, you need to start paying your $10,000 again.
We could cancel this agreement.
Okay, all right.
Who operates the pump station if they don't? The city?
Well, it's actually on private properties in Pelican Point. So the Homeowners Association and the Irvine Company work together on that. But there are city flows that come through because Pacific Coast Highway up by Cambio Shores comes into the golf course and goes through the pump station. So it's kind of a mutual agreement between the three parties. If they defaulted out, well, the city could step in, or the HOA could do it, or again, we could go back to the agreement and say, we're going to null and void this, and we're going to renegotiate the terms.
All right. Is there any, Dan, do you want to say anything?
Dan Miller with the Irvine Company. I think it's important to note that when we built this diversion project, it ran about $1 million. The city benefited, a number of homeowner associations benefited, but we paid the entire amount. We also pay about $90,000 in maintenance of this diversion facility, which, again, the city benefits, the homeowners benefit, and, of course, the city and the whole monitoring program will benefit from. So I think in terms of the offset for $10,000 a year versus what we're paying now and what we've invested to that the city and the other homeowners association get great benefit from, I think is very important. But more importantly is we should all be in the same program in terms of dealing with the state, not having us deal separately and the city deal separately on this exception issue. So I think that, and there's a statement in there that is more than partially offsets our costs. I think it minimally offsets our costs. So I think it's a very good deal for the city.
I had a feeling you'd have some other perspective on it. Is there any other public comment on this item? All right, bringing it back to council.
I would make the motion to approve as recommended. I think the consistency is important, and as many property owners that can ride the city's coattails, I think is good in terms of us dealing with the state.
Second.
All right, all vote, please.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilwoman Daigle, number 7.
Yes, this is the item where the city is going to be studying the cost of what it costs now to provide in-house residential refuse pickup. And my question for the city manager, I just want to confirm, when we identify our costs, some of the costs that I came up with are the labor of the guys driving the trucks. We have internal support, human resources, our legal department. We have payroll, administrative services. We have people maintaining the trucks. We have parts. We have storage. We have fuel pumps. We have fuel. We send out bills for recycling, equipment replacing. And how, I mean, will this be a comprehensive cost analysis, or how does this proposal intend to go about this?
Of all the things you mentioned, I see those all be part of that study in terms of what the consultant would analyze as our own costs.
Okay. And then my other question is, I'm often asked by residents, do we recycle? Because we aren't doing any curbside separation, and in fact, it goes to a facility in Stanton where they recycle. And from that, there's recyclables that are generated. And so I've been asked by residents, does the city get a piece of that revenue? And within that whole system of recycling, where there's tonnage and it's sold as a commodity, be it paper or other things. And I was looking into it a little bit, and it seems as if there is revenue being generated, and the city, in fact, does not get any percentage of that revenue. Now, I was kind of wondering, as part of this proposal, if they can look at the industry standard in terms of what that revenue might be, And then it may be that we still have a really good deal as it is because they're not charging us much to recycle. So if someone could do some analysis in terms of our recyclables and if our current arrangement is beneficial to the city, or we might want to consider any changes there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I bring it back to council.
Move the item.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item number 9, Mr. Mosier.
Mayor Gardner and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. This item is required for you to fill vacancies on the Harbor and Planning Commissions following the rules of your policy A2. I have 2 comments about it. First, I'd like to point out, although the staff report says the clerk is asking for your direction to post and publish the vacancy notices, the notices have actually appeared as much as a week ago, both on the city website and they're posted on the city bulletin boards outside the building out here. And they already mention a February 8th deadline for submitting new applications. I don't for a moment question the propriety and authority of the clerk for advertising the vacancies as soon as they become known, but I think you might want to be involved in selecting what the cutoff date is for accepting applications. Policy A2 provides minimal guidance for that. And much more important, as the discussion in the staff report mentions, because the Planning Commission resignation came so close to the normally scheduled end of the person's term, you have the option of making the appointment for either 4 months or for 4 years. The clerk is currently noticing this as a 4-month appointment, but I don't think anybody in this room other than yourselves knows whether that is your intention or not. So I think rather than being on the consent calendar, you need to give the clerk direction whether you want to advertise this as an appointment for 4 months or for 4 years. Second, under Policy A2, the Ad Hoc Appointment Screening Committee, which you'll be appointing by this motion, does not meet publicly, so tonight is one of the few opportunities for the public to formally speak to that committee before you present the 2 finalists to the whole council on February 28th, if you go with the schedule that the clerk has selected. I would like to point out that the current Planning Commission is unbalanced in a number of ways, and that in selecting the finalists, you may wish to give some consideration to trying to correct those imbalances. At your planning session last night, someone pointed out that we have no female voices on the Planning Commission, and we rarely have had any. Councilwoman Daigle briefly accepted. Second, there's no voices from outside the what one might call the real estate development land entitlement community. People often on their applications call attention to their experience in those fields as being a special qualification, but there's no requirement for that in the charter. And I think the Planning Commission might well be served by having someone there representing just the voice of a common citizen, not involved in that community. Third, the Planning Commission has become very unbalanced geographically. I mentioned this when you were making your last appointment, but even more so now, as a result of the recent changes, there's not a single planning commissioner who lives on the Balboa Peninsula or west of the Harbor Bridge on PCH. Council Districts 1, 2, and 3 are completely unrepresented. So I hope the ad hoc committee, as it reviews the applications, will keep those factors in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Bring it back to council.
Move the item.
Second.
Please vote. Go ahead. Sorry.
The motion carries unanimously.
And item number 12, Councilman Rosansky.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor. Before I make my remarks, I am a big supporter of the Coastline Car Classic, so don't beat me up here. But I'm just curious as to why this request never made it through the special events process.
It's a good question, and it probably should go by next year, but there's been some a friendly dispute with the folks at the Corona Del Mar Chamber and myself as to whether or not use of parking spaces and what I would consider to be effectively a waiver should go through the special events process. I think it should. I think it should for 2012, but this is to grant it for the 2011 period, and it did not go through.
Personally, I think it's a very worthwhile event, and it benefits a lot of residents in the city. I think it's a good fundraiser for the chamber, and I'm not sure if they support charities with it as well. And so I am supportive. I will move the action, but with the direction that it does, in fairness to the other groups that have come before the city and asked for money or waivers or permission for things, that they follow the same process. And actually, one other question. You didn't really indicate in here what we're going to charge them. Did you figure that out yet?
I think it's 800. It's in the 800 range.
$800?
Yeah, because it's a kind of a complex calculation involving how much the use the following weekend is, because I think that's the fairest way to do it. If you've got a rainy day or a cool day versus those spaces may never be filled.
Well, granted, but last year, I don't know if it rained the weekend after or not. If it did, then that's why we only had $800. If it was 80 degrees,
that's
we
why
would have had $8,000.
It's a rolling average.
All right.
So
Well,
I think it's a fair way to do it.
I would give some direction as to change that method as well next year. So with that, I'll move the item.
Please vote. Oh, was there public comment on that? Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mosier.
Yes. Mayor Gardner and members of the council, I actually was going to pull this item if Councilman Rosansky had not done this. I have a number of comments about this. If all of you are not clear about this, this is a request to waive $7,500 in parking fees that would normally be charged for using 500 spaces in a city-owned parking lot at the Big Corona State Beach for the benefit of the Corona Del Mar Chamber of Commerce, which is wanting to hold a car show and rally there on the weekend of September 8th and 9th. I have nothing at all against the Coastline Car Classic or the Corona Del Mar Chamber of Commerce, but I think this and many other events like this that we routinely contribute funds to are wrong. First, in this very large pile of, I think there are about 36 different policies that you approved without a great deal of discussion back on September 27th, I think there's a policy that actually prohibits this particular event. Your revised policy B8 recognizes, I'm sure, much to the delight of the Coastal Commission, our responsibility as stewards of public access to the coast to ensure the public's unimpeded enjoyment of our natural resources, and declares from September 27th forward that the only special events allowed on or near our beaches would be those that are surf-related or sandcastle contest, and that even those events should be scheduled in the off-season between September 16th and June 14th. Now, it's in your policy, your power to waive this policy, which I'm sure you'd be happy to do, but I still think it would be this would be an inappropriate use of tax dollars. The Chamber, as I understand it, is not affiliated in any way with our city government proper. It's a private, nonprofit corporation consisting primarily of Corona Del Mar business owners organized for the purpose of promoting their members' business. That's a fine goal as long as they pay for that themselves. I think you would agree you don't have the power to force me to contribute to their organization, but that is precisely what you're doing by involuntarily collecting tax dollars from me and contributing them or diverting them to this end. Tax dollars are supposed to be used and collected for the purpose of spending on things that are uniformly beneficial throughout our city, services and projects that benefit us all. If you collect more than you can spend in the current year, you should either refund that to the taxpayers or save it towards the many future projects that you're wondering how to fund. Those who wish to support the Corona Del Mar Chamber of Commerce and its activities can choose to do so individually, but you should not be making that decision for us. According to their 2009 tax filing, the chamber made something like $120,000, or took in something like $120,000 in receipts from the Car Classic and earned themselves a net profit of about $40,000 that they could use for whatever they wanted. The city, on the other hand, operates the parking lot at Big Corona to raise revenue for public uses. The staff report gives a rather garbled account here, suggesting we're offering them an off-season rate or on some other weekend. But in fact, there is no off-season rate. We charge $15 a space every day of the year. The staff report also, as you just heard, suggests that the spaces might be laying idle, so this really costs us nothing. But in the chamber, we have a willing customer for those idle spaces and one who's more than able to pay through the receipts that they take. And that's precisely what we should be doing. Instead, the staff is recommending that the chamber is going to be allowed to charge each classic car owner $80 to park on a space that we're going to give to them for free. You might argue that the event brings visitors to the city and is somehow good for me and all the others here. And this little financial concession will reap big benefits for many of us. But by the same reasoning, the taxpayers could subsidize a half-price weekend at Fletcher Jones. That would attract a lot of visitors. But I don't think that's an appropriate use of tax money, and I don't think this is either. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Bernie Svalstad, Chronomar Chamber of Commerce Vice Chairman and Chairman of Coastline Classic Car Show. Number one is that the city isn't losing any money. The city is making money on this car show and parking. Last year, during the weekend of the car show, the city brought in $8,820. The weekend after this, they brought in $8,085. So we brought in roughly $700 or $800 more than the city would have brought in. Number one is it's a technical way that the ordinance is written. It's written that there's $15 for these spaces, but if nobody's in the spaces, you don't make any money. We bring in money by bringing the car show and the turnover that we have in that lot. So this isn't costing the taxpayer $1. In most cases, it makes you money. In addition, we were paying about $1,200 a year for this space in addition. So this isn't costing the taxpayer one dime. This agreement was supposed to be for 3 years so we can plan our budgets. So let's just get it straight that this isn't costing the taxpayer one dime. I'll take any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Public comments.
Pardon me. Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Gardner and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosher. Earlier this evening, you heard a presentation from the Newport Beach Restaurant Association. One portion of that had to do with Restaurant Week. And I'm going to sound again like a broken record, but I do have a contrary opinion about some of these things. I'm making it now rather than during the presentation because I realize it's not your protocol, even though it was on the agenda to make those sessions a debate. And I would like to say that, like the Corona Car Classic, I have no objection to the event at all. I think, in fact, it's wonderful that 51 of our restaurants, our gourmet restaurants, are promoting themselves this week, and I wish them a very successful week. I do have a problem, however, with the way this event is being financed. Restaurant Week. Restaurant Week has well over $100,000 in cash promotional expenses associated with it. about half of which can be attributed to a diversion of city tax revenues, either by a direct grant of the council for this special event, so-called special event, or our so-called matching funds that we give to the Restaurant Business Improvement District, which in turn are, to a large extent, put into promoting Restaurant Week. Again, I don't think it's an appropriate use of taxpayer money, particularly to support a small, select group of purely for-profit commercial enterprises. If we do this, we could equally logically offer our tax revenues for the promotion of our city's dentists, or our suntan parlors, or anyone else who has the spunk to organize themselves and come here asking for money. Much of the remainder of the Restaurant Week event is funded by the Restaurant Association, but even there's a problem because the Restaurant Association itself is a grouping of 400 restaurants or more in the city of Newport Beach, each of which involuntarily kicks in an extra business license fee to support the organization. That includes the Carl's and the McDonald's and the little sandwich shops who derive no benefit at all from Restaurant Week. And in fact, if Restaurant Week is a success, it draws business away from them. Moreover, these 51 restaurants have to pay $300 extra, even though they're already in the Restaurant Association, to be part of this promotion. Again, I applaud the 51 restaurants for organizing together to promote themselves. I wish them a successful week, but I don't think this should be financed on the backs of the taxpayers or the other 350 restaurants that don't participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment?
Mayor, councilpersons, my name is Gordy Grundy, president of the Newport Beach Historical Society. Now, personally, one of the great joys of our organization is discoveries, those surprises, those things we never knew about Newport history. Now, tonight I'd like to share with you something legendary about our culture. You know, Newporters have had a long love affair with sportsmanship, surfing, sailing, fishing. There's even a time we had speedboat races in our harbor. Now, beyond the fun, and fun is key, design, innovation, and new technologies have pushed mankind to simply do what we've never done before. Man can fly like a bird. Hang gliding is the closest and the most natural method to take to the air. Gravity and thermal air currents are the engine. Now, there are many terms for hang gliding throughout its long 40-year history. Personal flight, man-kite, self-soar. These are the romantic terms for a very primal urge to fly. Today, the world's record for a hang gliding free flight is 400 miles. It's pretty incredible. And every day, this international sport is breaking new records. Now, what I'd like to share with you today is something that we can all be very proud of. Newport Beach is the birthplace of international hang gliding. On a Sunday in 1971, May 23rd exactly, on a Newport bluff, a group of engineers, aviators, and daredevils took to the sky for the very first time. Hang gliding was born. This is a part of our history. This is something to celebrate. And I'm hoping we can get Frank Culver to say a few words as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You need to speak at the podium, otherwise no one hears you at home.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'm Frank Culver, I live in Newport Beach. And Mayor Gardner, I miss your dad's articles. And he often wrote about past events in Newport Beach, so it fits right in. This is the February 1972 issue of National Geographic that wrote about the event with photos and everything. And they and several others got some international coverage, so it spread pretty fast. I've got some photos here that I'll flip through pretty quickly, and then I'll get to the reason I'm up here.
I hope our planning department's presentation for the next 3 items didn't just crash.
There we go. Okay, I'll go through photographs of the event that took place on May 23rd, 1971, and the location was, okay. Thank you. The location was the Pacific View Memorial Park property. And there's one of the craft, and there's the infant fashion island in the distance. Okay, go to the second one there, please. Another. And now on this one, you can see a number of gliders on the hill. There were a lot more there than my photo. By the way, I just found these. I've been searching for months and months, and I finally found my black and white negatives just 2 days ago. Next one, please. There's Big Canyon Reservoir, and to the right of Big Canyon Reservoir, you can see the dirt road, which is now San Miguel Road. And it was dirt at that time. People drove past a road closed sign to get in there to park, and all those spectators came because you could clearly see the gliders from MacArthur Boulevard, and so people were pulling off of MacArthur. Next one, please. That's my son right there. With the help of a couple of his friends and a couple of people pulling tow ropes to try to get his bamboo and plastic glider in the air. He got an award for the youngest pilot. Here's some more people on the hill, and go on to the next one. There's another craft. You can see they took all kinds of forms. The significance of this was that these were all individual inventor flyers and had never gotten together in one place before.
Frank,
Yes.
you are going to reach the end of your time pretty soon, so if you have a
Okay.
sales pitch to make, don't forget it.
Keep clicking through. Click through quickly. There's a couple of models of Montgomery and Otto Lilienthal's gliders from the 1800s. There we go again. Keep going. Okay, another glider. Keep going. Another one. Okay. Now,
Frank, you need to wrap it up. Okay.
This is the purpose I'm here. A man in the audience here had this granite plaque made at his own expense, and we would like to request that the city place that plaque in a prominent place in San Miguel Park. Go on to the next one.
Frank, I really have to ask you to, we know where that is. Mr. Kiff?
We could potentially refer this to the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission for appropriate.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
I would recommend that to Madam Mayor. San Miguel Parks in my district. I think that's a capital idea. I think that'd be a wonderful memorial to this historical achievement.
So it's not a council action, but
Right.
I'll talk with Frank and
yeah, we'll give you
get that teed up.
the directions on
Okay,
how to
what to do.
proceed.
All right.
All right, thank you very much. Any other public comment?
Good evening, Peggy Fort. Since I'm here representing the Restaurant Association for a point of clarification on Restaurant Week, I just wanted to clarify to Mr. Mosher's comments that the Restaurant Association funds a portion of Restaurant Week, $45,000 through their bid assessments, which are self-assessments that the industry contributes to their budget. $55,000 is through cash sponsorships, and about $18,000 is from restaurant buy-ins. $34,000 was attained by the Restaurant Association bid as we went through the special events application process, SEAC, which all of the events citywide go through. So just to kind of clarify, he was a little bit off on his percentage of the budget of city taxpayer dollars that was contributed to the campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Mayor Gardner, City Council. Jim Walker, President-elect of the Newport Beach Restaurant Association, owner-operator of the Bungalow Restaurant. I'd just like to say that for the past 6 years, we have had Restaurant Week. It has grown each and every year, and each and every year we've seen a nice increase in our sales revenues. And I'd also like to remind the council that the restaurant industry in Newport Beach either ranks first or second in city tax revenues. And along those lines, when we do Restaurant Week, the city tax revenues that we generate during that period of time generally offset or pay for the taxes or the donation and supplement from the city. The $34,000 that we received this year will be returned to the city in the increase in sales tax through the Restaurant Association. The other thing I'd like to add is that, yes, there are Carl's Jr.'s and small restaurants as part of the association. They are all invited to be a part of Restaurant Week. We have special menus available for them to participate. It's up to each and every restaurant operator to decide if, in fact, they want to participate. Now that everyone does, I'm thankful that we have over 70 restaurants this year. I think it ranks as probably one of the biggest, most populated restaurant weeks that we've had so far. And so far, it's been a very success. It's always a very welcome event by the community, and people look forward to it. So on that note, I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Next.
Mayor, I'm
Yes.
very supportive of Restaurant Week, and to prove that, I've already gained 2 pounds.
My name is Bob Kazuski, and I'm a former regional director for the United States Hang Gliding and Paragliding Association, and I am also the current president of the United States Hawks Hang Gliding Association. I drove up here this evening from San Diego to support Frank. Frank and this event are sort of the cornerstone, the launching point of our whole sport, and we really revere the site that you're going to honor with that plaque. And I appreciate the council's action and the city of Newport Beach supporting our sport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to oral reports from City Council on committee activities. Councilwoman Daigle?
None.
Councilman Henn?
Yes, we've had 3 committee meetings I'd like to report on. The first is the Neighborhood Revitalization Committee, which met on January the 12th. We covered an update for the status of the Balboa Village Citizens Advisory Panel. And then we talked about the Corona Del Mar Design Review Citizens Advisory Panel, including details of the proposed changes to the intersection at MacArthur and Coast Highway, which includes some narrowing and changes that make the whole area there a much more inviting pedestrian space. We decided not to take action at the meeting and asked that it be returned to staff and come back at the next meeting, which is on February the 16th, and therefore allow more time for public comment and review and better noticing of the committee's intended action at that meeting. But I do expect that we'll have a good discussion at that meeting, and I think there's a good chance that that'll yield a recommendation to council for that Citizen Advisory Panel design activity. Then at the Balboa Village Citizens Advisory Panel, met on January the 17th, covered a review of code enforcement policy and activity in Balboa Village, as well as in general. And we had an interesting presentation put on by Ralph Rodheim, one of the Citizens Advisory Panel members who had recently visited Leavenworth, Washington, which has undergone quite a renaissance and conversion into a Bavarian village atmosphere, and that Ralph thought and all agreed was a good example for us to be thinking about as we're talking about changing the vision of Balboa Village. The next meeting of the Balboa Village CAP will be held on February the 21st at 4 p.m. in the Nautical Museum. There will be an important agenda there dealing with getting our first view of recommendations for how to handle the governance of parking in the village area, as well as further work regarding the consultants doing economic development review for the area. Lastly, the Tidelands Committee met on January the 18th. There was an update on the status of Lower Newport Bay, expanded Lower Newport Bay dredging. That project is continuing to be teed up for beginning sometime, I hope, within the next 30 days. It's an important and interim project to significantly improve the navigability of our harbor, given the high spots in the floor of the harbor that prevent boats, especially sailboats with reasonably deep keels, from getting around the harbor. But really importantly, we started the consideration of a construct for developing a Tidelands master plan. The real heart of this committee is to be concerned with better managing and planning the maintenance and improvement of our harbor, one of the premier assets of our city. And the idea here was to put together a draft of a 10-year plan for improvements and a view of how that plan might be funded on the basis of taking increased revenues from fee activity for the harbor and dedicating increases in revenue, fee revenue, toward the capital improvements associated with this 10-year master plan, and providing a mechanism to guarantee that those funds go into a restricted fund to be used only for the capital projects that are identified and to assure that they will be used for that. So we had our first discussion. That tentative construct for this plan was greeted enthusiastically by all the members of the Titlelands Committee, in fact, everyone at the meeting, including the citizens advisors that were there. And we expect to come back with a much more specific proposal for that plan at the next Titlelands Committee meeting. So I think it's a very important project, and as soon as we get something that the Titlelands Committee is in concert on, we will bring that plan here to Council for full consideration by the City Council and another chance for public input. The meetings of the Titlelands Committee also, by the way, are publicly noticed, and we invite all the participation we can in that. It's an exceptionally important activity here that we think will redound to the long-term benefit of our city. And that's my report.
Thank you. Councilman Selich.
No reports this evening.
Councilman Hill.
No reports.
Councilman Rosansky.
Nothing, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Curry.
No report.
And I have none. All right, we'll go on to the public hearing. Our first item, number 13, is an appeal of a lot merger. It is my understanding that the appellant is contemplating a change of design, and would you like to comment on that before we get to our staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gardner and members of the Newport Beach City Council. My name is Coralie Newman, and I am a principal with Government Solutions, Inc. We are located here in Newport Beach on San Joaquin Hills Road. I am representing the applicant in this lot merger, Mr. John Guida, and we have been working with redesigns on the house that would go on this merger, and we would very much like to be continued back to the Planning Commission so that we could have design restrictions placed on us in that process. So that our request would be that the appeal be continued and referred back to the Planning Commission so that the Planning Commission may provide recommendations back to the City Council on the denial or the approval of the merger, but that decision would be based on design restrictions, which we are self-imposing on ourselves.
Right, so it would go back to, your request is to go back to the Planning Commission for
yes, it is.
A fresh look. Before we go, I know there are a lot of people that are interested in this, but before we have either a staff report or anything else, I just would like to take a straw vote, because if everybody, if the council's in support of this, we probably don't need a full staff report, and probably a lot of people don't need to speak.
You mean in support of moving it to the Planning Commission?
Yes, back to the Planning Commission.
I think the city attorney may have a couple of comments about just other findings that would need to be made, and then.
Yeah, I think the only other issue, Cora, would your client be willing to waive time under Title 19 as well as under the Subdivision Map Act?
Yes, he would.
Okay. Can I just get a general agreement?
Yes.
All right. So we will obviously open this to public comment, but I would tell you that what you are commenting on really right now is whether or not you want us to send it back to the Planning Commission. Not what you're saying now is not going to have anything to do with a design or with our feeling about the lot merger, but only, as I say, if you should disagree or not want us to send it back to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, just to put a finer point on those comments, I think what's being proposed is to send it back to the Planning Commission for consideration of the project, possibly with conditions, and then the Planning Commission make a recommendation for approval or denial on the appeal and have it come back to the City Council at some future date. So there would be an opportunity for the public to make comments, again, at the Planning Commission level.
Mayor Gardner, if I could also just make a comment. We're not prepared this evening to announce a Planning Commission meeting that this would be set for. We would renotice the public hearing at the Planning Commission level. We would need to receive the information from the applicant before we could make a determination of the appropriate meeting.
Okay. I'll open to public comment.
Thank you, Robert Hawkins. The question is this appeal going to go back to the Planning Commission for additional conditions? Now, once again, what you have here is not a building. You have a merger of two lots. And the question is, can you put any design conditions on the subdivision map that will alleviate the view problems that the neighbors behind them had? And I think that's going to be a real problem. Perhaps the city attorney can speak to that. Thank you very much.
Typically, we don't answer questions raised by the public, but I will respond to Mr. Hawkins' comments. In essence, if the applicant's willing to voluntarily agree to put deed restrictions on their property that would limit the overall size and mass, which seems to be the primary issues, then that's something we think would be acceptable, and that's potentially what the Planning Commission would be considering.
Right. So the Planning Commission would have the opportunity to look at anything that they proposed and, again, come back. If either side didn't like what the Planning Commission ruled, they could appeal it to the City Council.
Right. Well, the appeal would basically still be in place. You'd be referring it back to the Planning Commission to make recommendations to you regarding potential conditions that would make the project acceptable.
Okay. Is there any other public comment? All right.
I did have a question while somebody's coming down here. This Planning Commission consideration, it would be they would be able to broadly consider the item. They're not strictly limited to what they consider, I presume.
No, they absolutely could broadly consider what type of potential deed restrictions they would think would be appropriate to address the issues that are raised as far as lot merger and the findings that are associated with lot mergers.
All right. Mr. Mosier.
Yes. Mayor Gardner and members of the council, I didn't plan to speak on this. I'm a little puzzled by what is being proposed, the exact motion, and I'm having trouble finding it in the agenda, so I'm wondering if somebody can clarify. This is not exactly, I think, what the public came here to speak about. It seems to be a somewhat different motion, and I'm wondering whether this needs to be continued to your next meeting and re-agendized as to what you're actually proposing to take action on. It seems quite different than what I see on the agenda. Thank you.
City Attorney?
No, it would be appropriate for you to take action as an alternative motion to what was being proposed.
All right. Is there any other public comment?
I thought that this was about, my name is Jeff Dufine, and I want to thank all of you. Thank you for coming to the properties, and thank you for making hard decisions. I know this is not an easy one. But I thought that this is about putting a 13,700 square foot lot in the middle of Corona Del Mar, where the average lot size is still 3,900 square feet. And I want to know what deed restriction you can place on a house that's going to change the lot size that this community would be 90% against, according to a survey done by Karen Tringali with the 1.5 FAR Act. You passed in 2009 a new lot merger law so that houses would be compatible, lots would be compatible with the neighborhood. And I need to know what deed restriction can possibly be made that would allow a lot that is approximately 3 times the average lot size in this city. And furthermore, you have 85-year-old people who are living out the last part of their life, and you're delaying making a decision on a lot merger. And I don't understand. 2 of the people couldn't come tonight because they're so sick, Joan and Robin Campbell. And it's rather frivolous to say that he's going to build a house and then maybe that will pass. But it's not about the house. We've been told all along it's about a lot merger that's incompatible with the city. And in no way do I understand how you will send this back and condemn these people to wait longer for a decision that should be easy to make. I would like somebody to respond to me, the city attorney or somebody, about what deed restrictions will change the original ruling of the planning commission that said this lot was incompatible. Losing side setbacks was incompatible. Plopping a 13,700 square foot lot at Lookout Point is incompatible. And I want to know how you can delay making a decision that should be relatively easy if you are truly going to stay true to the 1.5 FAR, which people want to rein in mansionization of this city. You've merged lots 13,000 square feet. The average block in this city is 38,000 square feet. You take a 13,700 square foot, I have a thing on a map, but the average side of a street is 38,000 square feet from corner to corner. I can...
No, I think you mean okay, yeah. That's why I was looking.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
3,800.
Not 3,800. I'm talking about the whole block itself.
Oh, okay.
It's 38,000. You take a 14,000 square foot house, multiply that by 2, that's 28,000 square feet. Add one more house, and you're condemning this community to 2 houses on a block with one 10,000 square foot house extra. This is not a community that ever did want a village of 13,000 square foot lots. And so I need to know, what are we talking about? Lot merges or deed restrictions?
I think in general, there's probably no deed restriction available that would limit the overall size of the lot. I think that all your questions and it can be fully ferreted out at the Planning Commission. I can imagine deed restrictions that dealt with setbacks, though, that dealt with height, that dealt with overall size and massing of the building. The appeal will still be current and will be heard by the City Council, but they'll have the opportunity to review that appeal with additional input regarding possible conditions.
Do you realize two things? Do I have one more?
You have about 30 seconds.
Okay, 2 more things. You realize the age of the people involved in this, yes?
Yes.
Okay. They're 85 years old. I'm very fearful for their health. Is the plan to outweight them? Because the decision is whether you, the City Council, want lots of 13,700 square feet in this city. That is the clear decision. And it is okay to send it to the Planning Commission and come back here again, but it's only going to be about the same thing. Mr. Guida will not build a house that will be consistent because merging the lots is inconsistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Melinda Luthen, and I represent a bunch of the people on Block 34. If you don't know where that is, that's the block where the Guida's house is. Just want to make a couple of brief comments. To begin with, Jeff, I think, hit them fairly well. One of the things that I was thinking when I read the first zoning administrator's letter was, well, it sounds like everything's going all right because it says that everything's been met. So like a good lawyer, I went and I looked at the codes, and I looked at both the city ordinance as well as the California state law, as well as some federal law. And then I went back and I thought, it's not supposed to be detrimental or injurious to the general welfare of the city, and it has to be consistent with the legislative intent of the title that we're talking about, which was 19. And it also talks a little bit about how it has to be consistent with the general plan and the coastal plan and the specific plan, which are all required by state legislation. And then I got down to the very bottom where it says that the lots have to be consistent with the surrounding pattern of development, and they will not create an excessively large lot that's not compatible with the surrounding development. And I thought, are you kidding me? I mean, for real. When you look at how many lots are all in the 3,000 to 4,000 range, and even the lots that are in that neighborhood are maybe in the 6,000 range at the most. If you were to do a bar chart, you'd have a bunch of ones that have median sizes of in the 3,000 and 4,000. You have 2 lots right now that are a little bit on the larger side, according to your zoning administrator. They're actually huge. As Jeff told you, I won't go over the sizes, but if you allow this lot merger to go through, you're going to have an outlier. You will have an outlier of the size to almost 4 times the size of the average lot. One of the problems with that is that it won't be consistent, and you guys have to look at it from a standpoint of you need to follow the law in order to first review it. We understand that if you want to send it back to the Planning Commission for that purpose, then that might be something. But we do not agree that any house that can be built on a lot that is that large will comply with the rules and the regulations of the lot merger ordinance. That ordinance was not there when the Amundsen house was merged, when those lots were merged. It's there now. The reason that it's there is it's there because we need it to comply with California law. If you read the your lot merger ordinance, it says that. So if you needed it to comply with the law, then you need to use it, and you need to use it wisely, not just to rubber stamp. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Oh, all right. Thank you. Any other public comment? Blah. That came out funny. Thank you very much.
We appreciate the time. You've obviously spent some time talking about this among yourselves to make the decision.
No. That would be a Brown Act violation.
Well, I mean, obviously it's come up, and there's been some kind of change then.
Well, I got a staff notice that from...
Okay, some come from the staff. Excuse me. I apologize for that. From that standpoint...
You need to identify yourself, Cliff.
Clifford Jones, and I live in Block 34, and are neighbors with the people that are most affected to this, and as I am too. We respect that. You want to put it back to the Planning Commission, we will certainly accept that and hopefully be able to come and see again. The only thing that we would ask is that we would like to speed up the process. It's been rather lengthy now with the delays, and we do have people that do have poor health, and the sooner that we can do it, sooner we can get it behind us, the better it would be. So from that standpoint, as a spokesman for the group, we don't particularly like it. We're here. We're ready to do whatever's necessary to prove that these lots should not be merged, but on that basis, we certainly accept that and accept that what you would like to do at this point.
All right. Thank you very
Okay?
much.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Dan Purcell, Corona Del Mar. I live a couple of blocks on Ocean Boulevard from the property. The property's already starting to deteriorate, both properties. We've all seen it before where you get a development property and you let it deteriorate till it becomes a community nuisance. And these two properties are already beginning to do that. So with these extensions and these delays, I want to make absolutely certain that the property owner continues to maintain those properties throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none. All right, so the motion to continue this item for the purpose of referring the matter to the Planning Commission, requesting that the Planning Commission provide a recommendation to City Council on the approval or denial of the merger application based on the proposed design restrictions.
So moved. Although I would like to comment that I would like to see this item expedited as rapidly as possible. So anything staff can do to get this back to planning and presumably back up to us, I think would be appropriate.
Is there a second? Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now, item 14. This is the Newport Beach Country Club Golf Realty Fund proposal for the redevelopment of the existing golf course clubhouse and tennis club.
You may want
if
to
you
wait
can-
just a moment.
Yeah. If you can please keep your voices down as you exit. Please, can you please move outside, continue your conversations outside so we can get on with the meeting? Thank you. All right. Do we have a staff presentation on this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor Gardner, and we do have an unusual application, actually two applications before the City Council this evening, and I do want to provide some overarching comments and more or less set the stage in terms of what the council will be considering. We are looking at, a second, let me just get my pointer in place here, is that we're looking at the Newport Beach Country Club, which is located within Newport Center. And on this graphic, you can see that Newport Center is bounded by Coast Highway, MacArthur, San Joaquin Hills Road, and Jamboree. The property that we will be discussing this evening is focused around the Newport Beach Country Club, which includes the golf course and the tennis club properties. Newport Center is its own area within our general plan document, and the general plan provides the overall development framework for the entire city. And within the land use element, there are several planning areas that have very unique policies that apply to them specifically and don't apply to anywhere else in the community. And Newport Center is one of those. It's a unique statistical area with very specific land use and vehicle trip allocations, and it's broken into a lot of sub-areas and also called anomalies, and you will hear the word anomalies used quite frequently this evening. And also within Newport Center, there are specific general plan policies that allow transfers or movement of development allocations that are unbuilt between the sub-areas within the overall statistical area. And that is a key consideration for a lot of our discussion this evening. This is an exhibit showing the general plan land use map. The colors denote different types of land uses that are allowed within the statistical area. The green is our golf course, and then the brown in the middle is Fashion Island as a key point within the statistical area. The project site overall is 140 acres. We have a tennis club component, which is composed of 7 acres, and a golf club component, which makes up the balance of 133 acres. The two applications that we'll be discussing this evening overlap as they relate to the golf course portion of the Newport Beach Country Club. And there are other properties that you will be heard discussed this evening that are not a part of the application, but there is a relationship. One of them being Armstrong Nursery, located at 1500 East Coast Highway, and the Marriott Hotel, which is located on Newport Center Drive. Here's an aerial blown up showing the area. Armstrong Nursery here is on Coast Highway. Again, this is the golf course, which is, of course, very easy to see, but we'll be spending a lot of time this evening talking about the clubhouse and its parking lot, and there's a frontage road that parallels Coast Highway, which will be a subject of discussion. This is the tennis club portion that I mentioned, and here's the Marriott Hotel. This is a chart that just gives a summary of the two applications. And the first application is Golf Realty Fund, and that's agenda item number 14. The second application is Newport Beach Country Club, Inc., and that's agenda item number 15. Both of them have the golf course, the 18-hole golf course, and neither of them are proposing any changes to the golf course layout. Both of them do include a proposal as it relates to demolishing and reconstructing the golf clubhouse and the related parking lot. The first application is proposing to rebuild the clubhouse at 35,000 square feet, while the second application for Newport Beach Country Club, Inc. is looking at increasing the overall size of the clubhouse to a maximum of 56,000 square feet. Then when you go to the tennis club portion of the site, Gulf Realty Fund is including some demolition of some of the existing tennis courts and rebuilding a total of 7 tennis courts with 1 stadium court. The Newport Beach Country Club does not affect the tennis club portion. In conjunction with the reconstruction of the tennis courts, the Gulf Realty Fund proposal also includes reconstruction of the clubhouse to a maximum of 3,725 square feet, which is not, again, a part of the Newport Beach Country Club application. Going then to single-family units, those are proposed as part of Gulf Realty Fund, a total of 5. Again, not a part of the Newport Beach Country Club. And then again, lastly, for the Gulf Realty Fund, there's a proposal for 27 hotel units to be constructed in that area. And once again, that is not part of the Newport Beach Country Club. The project requests involve a number of entitlements in order to proceed with their proposals. And I just want to run briefly through the different types of actions that the council will be required to take this evening if you decide to take any action. Both of the applications will require approval of a mitigated negative declaration, and they both have their own negative declaration. An approval of a general plan amendment is only required for the Newport Beach Country Club proposal, and our staff presentation will explain why. Both proposals require an adoption of a planned development community plan, which is their zoning. There currently is not any specific zoning for either of those properties, so both proposals needs that in order to move forward. That is a legislative approval that must be done in order to approve a site development plan. Both projects have a site development plan component. And then further, as you look at Gulf Realty Fund's application, they are looking at either a transfer of hotel rooms from the Marriott property to their area to allow the construction of the hotel rooms, or a conversion of tennis courts to hotel rooms to allow that to occur. They're also wishing to allow approval of 5 single-family homes that are within the overall statistical area to their specific project site. And they also need a vesting tentative track map. And finally, I know this is a lot of information and a lot of different types of applications, but they are both requesting approval of a development agreement, which would vest their approvals for a specific time period. So some very important considerations as we move through the public hearings this evening. These are 2 separate applications that are, although they are related, they are independent of one another. It is staff's belief that both applications, as submitted by the applicants, cannot be approved and move forward. However, the Planning Commission has recommended a series of actions that include the environmental clearance and appropriate legislative standards to set the framework for reviewing a site development plan. The Planning Commission reviewed both site development plans as it related to the golf club portion of the properties and has forwarded to the City Council a recommendation for pursuing one of the proposals. And finally, I just would like to indicate that staff is recommending a rather unique format for the City Council to proceed with the public hearings. Because although the applications are independent, but they are related, staff is recommending that first the City Council hear the staff presentation and applicant presentation on agenda item number 14, and at the close of all the council questions of staff and the applicant, that the City Council table that item and then move to agenda item number 15 in order to hear the staff presentation and applicant presentation on that item. And then once the council has concluded all their questions of staff and the applicant, the council could then table that item, item 15, for the purpose of returning back to item 14 to open the public hearing and have the public comments on that item.
Everybody got that?
So we are here to help you through the process, but we understand that it is a unique situation, and therefore requiring some unique some procedures in terms of going forward. Is there any questions on what I've outlined so far?
Any questions of staff on procedures? Do you prefer that we deal with things like the mitigated negative declaration after the applicant's done his presentation?
Mr. Campbell is going to be providing a overview of all the components for each application, and council can ask questions
right.
at that time.
Okay.
So if there are no questions of staff, we will be happy to move into agenda item number 14, and Principal Planner Jim Campbell will make the presentation.
Thank you, Kim.
We're doing the staff presentation right now, Mr. O'Hill.
Oh, we're still on it?
Yes.
Mayor Gardner, members of the City Council, again, I'm going to highlight some of the issues, the items that Kim alluded to, and then I'm going to go through the project with a little bit more detail, maybe discuss a couple of the items that the Planning Commission was considering during their consideration, discussing the Environmental Quality Act findings and some of the key project components, and then end with a recommendation. If there's any questions that you may have of me, I'm available to answer them. Rosalind Ung is here. We also have the environmental consultant, Keaton Kreitzer, here as well. First off, the legislative approval that is necessary for the Gulf Realty Fund application is really only a planned community development plan. Again, it's the zoning for the property. It's zoned planned community. No standards were ever developed, and the municipal code requires those standards to be created before a new project goes forward. There is no general plan amendment required. Based upon the applicant's proposal, it does fit within the allowed uses of the general plan as well as the allowed allotment of square footage for development intensity. Now, at the project level, we've got a transfer of development was requested by the applicant, which would transfer hotel rooms from Anomaly 43, which is the Marriott site in Newport Center, to the project site, which is Anomaly 46. And so there's a prescribed procedure and policy within the general plan that allows this to be considered, and we'll touch more on this in a moment. The site development review is the second application. Again, this is for the specific development of the project site. There's various components, and as Kim indicated, it's a 35,000 square foot golf clubhouse, parking lot, and entry drive. You've got plans in your packets to show what that would actually look like, very specific plans. They're not working level drawings, but they are. They definitely show an architectural style of California Mediterranean, but it shows the entire layout of what would occur there. The existing parking lot and clubhouse would be removed, obviously. As Kim indicated, there's 5 single-family homes that are proposed. They're called the villas. You'll hear me refer to them as that, and I'm going to show you the site plan momentarily. Again, the 24 hotel rooms called bungalows, and there's also ancillary meeting facilities and a spa facility associated with that. Again, we'll get into a little more detail on what that is. The bungalows and villas would take this place of 18 existing tennis courts that would be eliminated. There's 24 tennis courts there today with the country club, and they would construct 1 stadium tennis court and a new tennis clubhouse, fairly small. It's only 3,700 square feet. There is a limited term permit, really, which is only for the use of modular buildings during construction, and as Kim indicated, the last item there is the development agreement, and we'll go into that in a little more detail. The Gulf Realty Fund site plan, this is the new parking lot area. Access is taken off of Coast Highway at Irvine Terrace at a signalized intersection. This is the new layout with a 35,000 square foot clubhouse, parking lot, new greenskeepers buildings. All of these improvements would obviously eliminate the existing parking lot that's there. The tennis club site is this area over here. It's really independent of these two. We have a central driveway that would come up, and it would access the bungalow area. So this would be the centralized meeting facilities, the spa area around this pool, and these are these small bungalows here, 27 short-term rentals, if you will. And here are the 5 villas up in here. These are 1- and 2-story single-family homes. And I know the applicant has a more detailed presentation of the specifics and the floor plans and what have you, and I'm going to let the applicant go through that. The new tennis club park is over in this location, and we have the 6 existing tennis courts, and this would be the new stadium court. A clearly designed for some of the special events that are occurring there. And this is the Corporate Plaza West development here. Armstrong Nursery is here. And we'll be touching upon the relationship of that property as we go forward, because there is an existing access easement that takes cars from Armstrong Nursery across the project site so that they can exit onto the highway at the intersection here. Now, this project site plan doesn't account for that easement, and you will see some very specific easement language later in the evening about whether that easement exists or doesn't exist. And what I would really want to tell the council is that we really can't resolve whether the easement exists or doesn't exist. This applicant does not believe it exists, and so it's not accounted for in his site plan. Be that as it may, the Planning Commission reviewed all of these factors and ultimately did conclude that the second application, as it relates to the country club area, was the one that they wanted to pass a recommendation on for approval, and they took no action on approving or recommending approval of this particular site plan. Now, they did pass a recommendation to approve the entire tennis club area site as proposed by the applicant. Again, we went through the Environmental Quality Act compliance. Mr. Keaton Kreitzer prepared a mitigative negative declaration. It went through its mandatory public evaluation and notification review was conducted. Kind of the areas of focus were land use, traffic, aesthetics, and recreational impacts. The two that were kind of debate were aesthetics and recreational impacts. I think it was really related to the different architectural styles of the two projects, and some have a different opinion as to whether it's an impact or not, but it's really not one of the thresholds that we evaluate projects against. So the architectural styling of one project versus another really doesn't rise to the level of an environmental issue. It's really just an aesthetic issue. The recreational issue was as it relates to the reduction of the tennis courts. It's our belief in the information in the record that there is sufficient tennis courts remaining to serve the existing club with a little bit of extra. And I know there was some concern and discussion about potentially having folks, not being provided court time, and that they might be going to the city municipal facilities and thereby creating an impact. We don't believe that that is a significant impact, and we don't believe that that rises to the level of the need for mitigation at all. We can touch upon this if you like, and Mr. Kreitzer is here to answer any additional questions that you have. But in conclusion, there really were no significant impacts identified. We do have mitigation measures associated with the project, and they're in your packet for review, and they are conditions going forward with the project. And that's that.
Any questions? Because I do, but go ahead.
How many seats in the stadium tennis court?
I don't know, have that number, and we'll have to have the applicant answer that question.
It's so easy to sit up here and go, well, I criticize this and I criticize that, and I try to be judicious about it. But I have to say I was very disappointed in the mitigated negative declarations. My feeling is that when we do this, we're trying to evaluate from a very neutral perspective the proponent's project. And I felt that in this one, in several instances where I had some information, it seemed like there was no examination. We just took whatever the proponent said and said, oh, yeah, this is right. An example, just an error, is in a response, in the responses, the comment, it's on handwritten page 78. It said, in addition, Palisades Tennis Club in Newport Beach also with 7 courts. Mr. Stewart, how many courts do you have? Yeah, 15. I mean, that's a silly mistake, but it shakes your confidence when there's such an easy thing to check. And to say the comparison also might have been better with the old Marriott, because they had a limited number of courts. They had a hotel there where the hotel guests could use the courts. So that was one issue. But 2 things. As far as the recreational, I do think it will have an impact. There's something called the Dent Academy using their tennis courts now, and they're 30 to 40 kids often in an evening hitting tennis balls. And I'm all for kids doing something active with their time. So, I mean, that's something that I don't think public courts could absorb. that kind of numbers. But more than that, my concern is with the traffic impact, because I have a confusion here. The proponent has said, the applicant has said, that there'll only be 7 tennis courts, but that's okay, because that can handle the same number of tennis players. In fact, we can have more tennis players. We'll just spread them out more. Okay, so we've got the same number of people coming to the tennis club, even though we've reduced it by 7 courts, by 17 courts or whatever it was. Meanwhile, we are building 27 bungalows on those 17 courts. So it seems to me we're doubling. I know the one doesn't have the same kind of traffic, but we aren't getting rid of the tennis traffic. We're adding the bungalow traffic. Now, I'm not a planner, so that may be too logical and not, but that seems to me that wasn't analyzed. It was just, we just accepted, oh, well, we're getting rid of those tennis courts, so therefore we don't have to worry about it.
Well, I can respond on the traffic immediately. We did look at traffic.
But did you look at it in that way? As I say, from what it reads, it says we got rid of the tennis courts, so therefore we got rid of all those trips because of the tennis courts. But if we're keeping the same number of players, you haven't gotten rid of those trips, have you? I know we have a formula that we use in planning. Well, so many for this and so many for that, but logic comes into it at a certain place.
I understand your question, and it's a good observation. The analysis is based upon the number of courts, and there is a trip generation factor that the Institute of Traffic Engineers uses, and so we looked at that basic math, if you will, and the trips associated with the reduction of the tennis courts far outstrips the trip generation that was anticipated by all of the improvements, the additional improvements, the bungalows and the villas on that project site. So
because you're subtracting the tennis players that would have, the trips that would have gone with that court, but if we're keeping the same number of players and we're saying it's not going to affect it, we're just going to spread it out, then to me what the proponent has said, we're going to have the same number of trips, they're just going to be at different times maybe.
They're going to be at different times, and I think that there is going to be a scheduling issue because there's going to be basically the same number of players and maybe a few folks who are staying at the villas who are now going to want to play, and I think it's going to spread the play out during the day. So it doesn't necessarily affect the AM or PM trips as much because you really can't get more people on the courts. But it will spread the play out through the day more efficiently, if you will. Now there may be some who won't be able to play at the time that they want to play. They may have to choose a different time slot, or they could potentially go to a municipal facility or another club in town. There's really no way to quantify what that will be because we don't know what the actual demand will be for play when the project comes forward. But based upon the information that we have, it was felt that it did not lend itself to be a significant impact to recreation
Okay, well,
facilities.
as I say, I disagree because it seems like you're using a formula that's not applicable. But anyway, all right. Any other questions of staff?
I had a question because when you look at the country clubhouse, does that proposal, that design, have the consent of the country club? I'd be interested in knowing that because the tenant space, we're not talking about CVS to Rite Aid. We're talking about an institution, a fixture of the community. People that belong to this club, and I'd be interested in knowing what is the club's position on that clubhouse design.
That's a good question, and I think the applicant is probably better able to answer that. We can't recall in the record or any information that we have of any agreement or acceptance of that proposal, so the applicant would be a better person to answer it.
I had, following up on the question on traffic, it's my understanding that traffic is generally analyzed based upon AM and PM peak traffic activity. Is that correct?
That is the case, yes.
So it seems to me, based upon an analysis of peak traffic activity, going from 24 courts to 7 courts, at peak time, there can only be so many courts in use, and there can only be 6 courts in use versus 24 courts in use, so that the traffic, is it possible that the traffic analysis showed a lesser impact because at the peaks, there would be a less impact, even though there might be the same number of players but spread out more during the morning and the evenings and in off-peak times. Is that possible? I'm just trying to
That's exactly what the analysis does show.
Okay. All right.
All right. Then the analysis didn't do a very good job of explaining it.
Okay.
Well, I think what you're talking about and what he's talking about are two different things, really. She's saying that, or actually Mr. O'Hill is saying, or the applicant is saying that we have so many people come, we don't use all of our tennis courts. We only really need 7 because we only have 7 tennis courts worth of people coming. So the same number of people are going to come before and after, is, I think, your point, right? But now you're adding on these bungalows. And your way of calculating it, you're saying, well, we're eliminating 17 courts, so we're eliminating trips, but there are really no trips. There's no actual trips associated with them because they're being all accommodated in the 7 courts that are being used, and 17, I mean, the facility's just underutilized, and that's probably why he wants to redevelop it, is because he's not maximizing the value of his property. He can have 7 courts, still have a tennis club, have a stadium, which is even a bigger facility, and have events, and still have all these bungalows and homes, I think is your point. So one, you're living in the real world, you're living in the, not, I won't say make-believe world, but in the world of how these calculations are done. At the end of the day, would you say there's going to be more or less traffic generated from the actual traffic, not theoretical or statistical trips or whatever? I think is your point, right?
Well, yeah, the point that the analysis is showing is that during the peak hour, we're having less traffic. Now, during the average daily trips, may have more trips spread out through the day, but again, our threshold of significance and how we do traffic analysis is really based upon those peak hours.
And I live in the real world, and my concern about traffic is, as it relates to peak traffic, and that's the real impact that people in the community feel when they're using the roads, is that peak traffic and off-traffic time, a few more cars along the way doesn't really make much difference. There's no real feeling of difference in traffic. So I think the peak traffic analysis probably is an appropriate way to look at it. Maybe also Mayor Gardner's way is appropriate too, but I think in terms of actual traffic impact to the community, it's the peak periods that really
Isn't it
are
also a
important.
factor, though, that we don't evaluate traffic based upon a partial occupancy? And we don't plan a hotel and figure it's only going to be 50% occupied, so that's all we're going to plan for infrastructure. If there's 25 tennis courts, then we plan for 25 tennis courts being in use when we deal with our infrastructure. And so I can't disagree with the analysis of staff on that basis.
Oh, I don't disagree with the analysis. I mean, that's how we analyze these things. You add and subtract. But I agree with the mayor here that at the end of the day, there's going to be more people driving there, whether our infrastructure accommodates it or not. I mean, it was all included in our general plan update when we did that. We did a traffic analysis for really the entire city associated with that general plan, and we came to the conclusion that, yes, we're fine. And so now we're adding and subtracting. I mean, maybe there's probably is excess capacity out there that's not being utilized on a daily basis, and that's how they're taking advantage of this transfer of development.
Any other questions of staff or comments? All right, we'll now hear from the applicant.
Oh, almost done.
Oh, I thought you were done. I'm sorry, Jim.
Just a couple more slides. I just want to kind of focus the council's attention on the transfer of development request. Now, originally, the applicant has asked for transfer development pursuant to general plan policy, again, to transfer unbuilt hotel rooms up at the Marriott site down to this project site. And the host hotels, which owns the Marriott property, has filed an objection. You'll likely hear from them today. The Planning Commission reviewed this issue quite at length and actually recommends a different approach, and it's embodied in the recommendation for you this evening, is to basically convert the development intensity of the tennis courts as being eliminated and then use that to account for the additional hotel rooms and ancillary facilities. Again, it's not a traffic issue. As we discussed, depending on what world we're in, but the traffic engineering world, it's not a traffic issue. And some of the other items that they thought of were the tennis courts would, the design would not create a higher traffic demand in the future based because they're hotel rooms, and it also provides, general plan provides additional commercial and hotel opportunities, and this would allow for that to come to fruition. It also helps revitalize the site, and the uses, of course, are allowed by the general plan. And so that is indeed a recommendation that's put forth by the Planning Commission. It's embodied in the resolution for approval. And with that, the approval or consideration of the applicant's request for a transfer is unnecessary if we make those findings. And so again, that's part of the recommendation. Moving forward, the development agreement, just touch base on, it's a 10-year term, conveys a vested right to develop. The public benefits that are incorporated within the document, there's a public benefit fee of $93,000 per dwelling unit and $10 per square foot developed for the golf and tennis clubhouse, provides visitor serving uses, provides aesthetic enhancements, also will help and host future events of social and economic benefit to the community, possibly Toshiba and other tennis events, obviously what we're referring to there. I do want to make one change to the development agreement, and I don't know if we have any attachments. Do we have handouts for this, or am I reading it?
I believe that was already distributed to the council.
Okay.
I'm going to just ask Ms. Mulvihill just to confirm that.
Leonie Mulvihill, the City Attorney's Office. Yes, we did submit a late communication making one change to Section 3.1. The applicant has agreed to that. The city clerk has been provided to it. It is also a same change that is included in your second item that you'll be considering tonight. So development agreements do have the identical language, and we are suggesting that you approve the development agreement with that modification to that page.
And what I think I'll do for the public's benefit, because I don't think they have a copy of this, is, again, this additional provision in Section 3.1 indicates that the public benefit fee shall be calculated based upon the total square feet of construction for the proposed golf clubhouse, and owner shall not be entitled to any credit or offset to the public benefit fee for any existing buildings or structures. Pretty straightforward provision.
Jim, I have a question for you about that development agreement.
Certainly.
Well, I understand that the property ownership is divided amongst more than one entities. Will all entities, for the development agreement to be executed, does it require all entities to sign it? Or I think they all want to sign it. How does that work?
Technically, under the code, that not all the owners do have to sign it. A development agreement can be entered into with any person that has an interest in the property, is what the code provides.
Okay. Could the council condition it in a manner that all entities have to sign it in order for it to go through?
Well, approval of development agreements are discretionary. What I'd recommend is, if that's the council's decision, rather than conditioning it and giving them approvals, probably continue the item and have them execute the development agreement prior to it coming back would probably be the best way to handle that.
And I'm on the last slide, the recommendation. Again, the Planning Commission and staff recommend adoption of a resolution which adopts the environmental document, the MND, the errata, and the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program. That's the first suggested action. The second is to introduce the ordinance to adopt the planned community development plan. This is a proposal by staff. Maybe I'll backtrack a little bit. When each application came in, they both came in with their own planned community development plan, and they basically overlapped at the country club site. And we really couldn't envision vesting rights to develop two different projects on the same piece of dirt at the same time. And so what staff recommended to the Planning Commission is that we basically prepare one more flexible regulatory framework, and staff did prepare that. The Planning Commission did review that. Both applicants have also reviewed it and provided input. And so the Planned Community Development Plan that you see in your packet is one proposed by staff, and it's for the entire 140-acre project site, the golf club and the tennis club sites. And now where it slightly differs is that in the next approval for the development plan approval, it's really only for the 7-acre tennis club site. Planning Commission is recommending approval of all the improvements and the applications for that site, the villas, the bungalows, and the changes to the tennis club itself. And it also provides language for the conversion of the tennis courts to hotel rooms and the denial of the requested transfer of development. I also want to point one item that I think we were remiss in including in your packets. There were two exhibits to the planned community text that were not in the packets. The first one was Exhibit A, which is really an aerial photograph depicting the entire 140-acre site. The second exhibit is really to show the different planning areas that we've pointed to on the screen here this evening, the golf course, the parking lot, clubhouse, and for the golf club, as well as the tennis club and villas and bungalows. And I think we've got copies that were distributed to you earlier this evening, so I wanted to make sure we got those in there. So that would be the only additional item to the planned community development plan that we would recommend. And finally, we've got the ordinance adopting the development agreement. We would introduce that tonight. So again, those are the four different actions that we're asking the council to consider this evening. And that concludes staff's presentation.
All right. Any questions of staff? All right. Now.
Mayor Gardner, my name's, and fellow council members, my name's Robert O'Hill, and it's an honor to be here before you tonight. It's been a long journey. I grew up in Newport Beach, learned to play golf at IRVINE Coast Country Club with my father and uncle. I love our city, and I was thrilled when Donald Bren sent two Coldwell Banker brokers to offer me Newport Beach Country Club and the tennis club back in 1991. The first thing I did was I tried to enter into an agreement to lease and lease with my existing tenant, IBC, which I accomplished. And then I went and I approached the city, Patty Temple, and said, tennis isn't as popular as it used to be. Can we figure out something to do with some of these other tennis courts? How about this residential plan that takes some of the tennis courts and makes it residential? And she told me we would only support a planned community zone change. We don't want to do spot zoning. We want it to be cohesive, comprehensive, coordinated planning, which is required in the city zoning ordinance. And I agreed to that. So I went and met with IBC, and we began to interview architects, civil engineers. We began design of the tennis club site and the golf club site. They didn't work on didn't pay for any part of the golf club site, but they did pay for part of the, I'm sorry, any part of the tennis club site, but they did pay for part of the golf club site. Do I press this to go forward, the red one? This one? Okay. And this is the plan that evolved, and I think that Jim did a great job. This is the golf club parking lot, new golf club house, new tennis club house, new bungalows, which is a visitor serving use. They're all one-story facing the golf course. A couple of one-story houses and then some two-story houses back here. And that's the plan that eventually evolved after a lot of community outreach. We talked to the tennis members, we talked to Irvine Terrace, talked to the golf members, especially the founding golf members. Had lots of meetings with them. We developed design briefs. We had a couple of big town hall meetings at Newport Harbor High School and the theater where I think several hundred golf members showed up. And we listened very carefully, and we made a lot of changes. In 1996, the city of Newport Beach finally rezoned the property from open space to planned community district. We attempted 2 general plan amendments, and finally on the third try was the citywide general plan amendment, was approved by all the voters of the city of Newport Beach. And I want to kind of tell you what we heard and how this plan evolved. Irvine Terrace was very concerned about the parking lot and about the aesthetic appearance along Pacific Coast Highway, because this is their entry right here across the street. So I went to my co-owner, Alan Feinbarg and Arnold Fierstein, who owned Amblings, and I said, you know, this frontage road is objected to by the city traffic engineer, creates a hazardous condition at the intersections, both intersections, this one and this one. And Irvine Terrace is not happy with the way this looks along Coast Highway. And how about terminating that easement so we can do something different? And they agreed to that. That was many years ago. I'll show you that document in a second. This parking lot has 334 parking stalls, the exact same as IBC. It is 90 more than required by the traffic engineers for this use. We have an easement, non-exclusive easement, over Corporate Plaza West for Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, which includes another 534, is that 300? 554 non-exclusive parking spaces. One of the things that we ran into was met with two meetings with Coastal Commission staff. They were very concerned about preserving the public view from Coast Highway to the recreational open space, to the golf course. So this golf clubhouse, which is much larger than the existing one, 2 stories, but is pretty much over the exact same footprint. So the views to the flag on the 18th green and the trees beyond is preserved in this plan. We have a long buffer. It's 700 feet, over 2 football fields of Coast Highway right here. We have a big landscape buffer because the frontage road easement got terminated. And the parking lot design has olive trees, so it's kind of a little bit of a terrace. You walk up, 2 steps and 2 steps and 2 steps as you're going up this parking lot with olive trees coming across the rows to soften the parking lot. This is the intersection where the frontage road comes in, and this is, I agree with the city traffic engineer. Cars try and make this green light from Amblings, and cars come in this direction are trying to make the green light. Not very good looking, and definitely hazardous, in my opinion. This is the termination of easement. And I know it's a little hard to read. I'll try and blow it up for you in a second. But you can see the recording date on it. We're talking about many, many years ago. Property is partially served for ingress and egress, a secondary road adjacent to Coast Highway. That's the easement. The City of Newport Beach has requested that the existing easement be abandoned because the secondary access creates a hazardous traffic condition at the entry to Newport Beach Country Club and contributes to an unsightly condition along Pacific Coast Highway. And owners concur and are willing to comply with the city's request. This is Arnold and Alan's signature right there. Owners of the adjacent Newport Beach Country Club property intend to remove the secondary access through a portion of Newport Beach Country Club property described in Exhibit C and in place of landscaping along Coast Highway, and the landscaping plan approved by the City of Newport Beach. The result be significant aesthetic improvement along Coast Highway. I'm going to take you over now to the tennis club side of the world. This is the existing existing tennis court fencing, where you see these little red lines. Coastal Commission really likes visitor serving use. City of Newport Beach likes visitor serving use. This visitor serving use, according to our Hoffman financial study, will produce almost $1 million a year to the City of Newport Beach. Plus, the founding members and the golf members and the tennis members like the visitor serving use. They can have their daughter or son-in-law or business associate or whatever stay at these one-story bungalows and play golf. Burnham Woods has the cottages, and Augusta has the cabins, and somebody said, and Newport Beach Country Club will have the bungalows. So they're very understated. Each one of them is a single unit. Some of them, that one's 2 bedrooms, that one's 1 bedroom, and there's a big 3-bedroom back here. This is the tennis club. This is the new stadium court. Somebody asked how many will it hold. I believe the number is 2,400. The idea is that it would be a venue for maybe Hogue team tennis or maybe a Davis Cup match or an exhibition, charity exhibition match. This is the clubhouse right here, and this is, I'm sorry, this thing's not working right. Anyway, there's a meeting center right there. This shows, does this have, oh, there we go. This shows the meeting center. So the idea is that at the bungalows during slow times, you know, somebody could have, the Disney board could have a retreat here, and this is a little tiny amphitheater and a boardroom for them. This is the swimming pool, lap pool. And this is some of the bungalow amenities. There's a jacuzzi and towel bar, and there's various massage rooms and a Pilates area and a cardio area. This is the cardio area. This is the weight area. There's a wellness center. We want to do a tie-in with Hoag Hospital on executive health. Has a little spa bar, which means, you know, sprout sandwiches and healthy drinks and promoting health. The locker rooms all have steam rooms in them. This is the architecture, California architecture. When we first approached Tom Deemer at IBC, we said, well, you know, we've been told that you've promised the golf club members a new clubhouse if they ever got a new long-term lease. So that's right. So will you help us share the cost of designing a new clubhouse, because we have to master plan this whole thing? And he said yes. And we talked about the architecture, and they had promised in a letter California Mediterranean or Mediterranean architecture in a letter from both Tom Deemer and Bill Ray. So we believe that this is a celebration of California coastal architecture. These are the 27 bungalows right here, swimming pool. These are the houses. These are one story here facing out on the 9th green, and as they turn the corner and face more into Granville, there's a couple of 2 stories. This is the biggest unit, which is 3 bedrooms. It's 2,109-foot, 4-rent bungalow. So these are very high-end hotel product. These are smaller ones. This is a 1-bedroom one that's 1,035 square feet, jacuzzi, you know, little sitting area. This is a big 2-bedroom, little tiny galley kitchen. This is our smallest one, which is 775 square foot, 1-bedroom. Still has a jacuzzi, little sitting area, bedroom, bathroom. The golf, both the tennis club side of the world and the golf club side of the world, I mean, we consider it all NBCC land, and it's all one, you know, planned community, Newport Beach Country Club Planned Community District. But we were very careful to make sure that both the golf side and the tennis side had balanced grading. No importing of dirt, no exporting of dirt. Our project balances. I kind of already talked about the building footprint, but because the cart storage area, which is right here, goes away, and the carts are stored underneath the building, there's really kind of a significant aesthetic enhancement to the 15th and 18th hole, maintaining the same, you know, turf area when you enter. This is the floor plan, pro shop right here. And again, we had lots of input, especially from the members and the founding members. This is the grill. This is the women's lounge. And the locker rooms have saunas and steam baths in them, and there's plenty of storage. This is the upstairs part. So you enter and you come up a flight of stairs, or you go down a flight of stairs. And this was very important to the members. This is a terrace that overlooks the first tee and the 18th hole. There's a tradition at Newport Beach Country Club for Sunday brunches and Sunday evening barbecues, and it's a great meeting place after a tournament to either watch people teeing off or to, you know, have a drink at the bar. This is a big window that faces out on the 18th tee, I'm sorry, the 18th green. This is the banquet facility. This is the same size as the banquet facility at Big Canyon Country Club. It's large enough for a 200, 250-person wedding. It's the place where the bride would get dressed. That was a big deal. We've probably took 25 passes at that alone. Architectural style, same cohesive, comprehensive, coordinated architecture as the
Mr.
tennis
O'Hill,
club
are
and the
you getting
bungalows.
towards the end of your presentation?
You want me to hurry?
A little bit, yes.
All right, I got it. I'll zoom through it. I'll only stop at the most important points now. There's about 3 left. Senior Classic tournament staging. This is basically from last year's Toshiba tournament. Shows where all of the trailers and everything would be laid out with that plan. This is a plan that basically shows a comparison. So the red line is IBC's golf clubhouse, which got proposed rather recently, and their parking lot goes to there. The blue is our proposal. Again, this is a parking lot that goes up into this area right in here, gets kind of close to the 15th green. This is a delivery area right there. Takes away 100 and some odd feet of view to the golf course. The curb gets moved from right here to there, so 51 feet closer to the bungalows. This shows their elevations, and this is a blow-up. There's 10 feet of fill. Because the clubhouse is getting pushed 100 and, I believe, 20 feet towards Coast Highway, but yet it's at the same elevation, it creates 10 feet of fill. That means that the golf club parking lot is 10 feet lower. This shows the grading. The grading in order to accomplish that, the blue is here. This is 124 feet closer to Coast Highway. This is the 10 feet of fill with the parking lot down here. That's between 3 1/4 months of trucks coming in and out to bring that dirt in to 2 and 0.35. I have some inherited, I guess, co-owners. Irv Chase, who is the son-in-law of Alan, doesn't own an interest, and Elliot Fierstein, the son of Arnold. And they believe that we shouldn't save the golf club. I'm sorry, the tennis club. They believe in an all-residential plan. So I have argued with them. They've been to court and unfortunately didn't prevail, and now we're in an arbitration. But I am the managing owner. This is my deal. They have the right to sell. I have the right to buy when they sell based upon appraised value. And I believe that not only does it make sense for the tennis members and for our community to save the tennis club, it makes business sense.
Are you about to conclude?
I am completed.
All right, good. Do we have questions for Mr. O'Hill? I don't know, you were very, very thorough. Have you read and agreed to the proposed conditions of approval?
I have. You mean the one that were recommended by the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, good. Then, thank you very much. And I'd like for a motion to table this item so that we can now hear the staff presentation on item 15.
Second.
All right, do we need public comment on that? No? All right, please vote. All right. This is the Newport Beach Country Club. Huh? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. The Newport Beach Country Club proposal to redevelop the existing golf clubhouse. Staff?
Mayor and members of the council, this is the Newport Beach Country Club, Inc.'s application. I'm going to go ahead and forward this to the right slide. Come along. There we go. I'll start off with the legislative actions. Again, now this only applies to the 133-acre golf club portion of the project site. It's a legislative action, which is a general plan amendment to increase the size of the golf clubhouse from 35,000, which is presently limited by the general plan, to 56,000 square feet. It's also a planned community development plan, again, to establish those zoning standards for the overall project site. At the project level, we've got that site development review. Again, it's a new clubhouse, and it's a new parking lot, new entry drive, a new greenskeepers facility. A limited term permit for the use of modular buildings during construction, and again, a development agreement. This is the site plan. The applicant has a more detailed presentation to show you a little bit more about what this is. This plan is obviously a larger facility. It's in the same basic position, but as Mr. O'Hill indicated in the prior hearing, it is closer to the street, and it does occupy a little bit further to the west of the existing building. Again, we got the parking lot here up front. Access is still being maintained at the signalized intersection at Coast Highway. So in this particular area, we got the parking lot area. We have additional parking here. This is the new greenskeepers facility. This is the Armstrong Nursery property. And in this particular site plan, you'll notice that there is a secondary access here for the project site. This will be primarily for deliveries, but additionally, you'll see this access driveway across the site. The applicant does believe that the easement there does exist, and this site plan does account for that. There's 14 foot of landscaping here. Now, ultimately, the Planning Commission reviewed this specific plan, the site development permit, and does recommend its approval. There were a few changes throughout the process that the applicant agreed to reposition the clubhouse a little bit, reorient the porte cochere away from the prior applicant's bungalow proposal, which is over in this location. So there was some give and take, if you will, in the design that the Planning Commission oversaw. Ultimately, again, the Planning Commission is recommending approval of this particular plan.
Excuse me, does that, excuse me, the drawing that you had up there, does it represent the compromises that were made?
Yes, it does. And again, I think the applicant is prepared to make a more detailed presentation on some of the changes that they've made throughout the process to accommodate some concerns that came about through the public participation process with the Planning Commission. So moving forward, again, we did the Environmental Quality Act review. Mr. Keaton-Kreitzer did the analysis here. Again, it went through its mandatory review process. The areas of focus were land use, traffic, and aesthetics. And again, the conclusion was that there was no significant impact with mitigation.
Well, and again, I disagree. I have the same issues that, again, it seemed to be just repeating what the proponent said, and some of them, I have a couple of specific concerns and then a general concern. A question. We talk on page 57 about it's not going to deplete groundwater, but in our city we are finding not a problem with depleting groundwater. We are finding a problem with level of groundwater rising. The CART building is underground. Is that going to require dewatering? There was nothing in here about that, and that could be a water quality issue if that were the case.
We don't have any information as to whether it will. The applicant may, their design team is here, and they can probably better address that question. It's our understanding that it wouldn't need dewatering, but they can provide more clarity on that.
Okay. And then, for me, again, I'm approaching it from the layperson's logic, which often has nothing to do with anything. But we are building a bigger clubhouse, and we are adding a gym, and we are adding a much larger banquet facility. We have excessive parking, according to them, page 119. And I spoke to the applicant and said, gee, what about this bigger banquet room? I said, oh, well, it's not a problem because it's only for members. But they talk about the need of the city for meeting space, which suggests is a more public use. It's bigger, so even each event could be bigger, meaning more people coming. You could have more events. I mean, just because the proponent says, well, we've got it all booked up because we've got this and this and this. I mean, that to me is we've got what could be a public facility, and we're just, again, sort of taking it on okay, we like you and you say you're going to only use it for this, but we don't do that for restaurants. I mean, every restaurant comes in and says, oh, I get a lot of foot traffic, I shouldn't have to meet the parking requirements. They go, no, I'm sorry, we don't do that. But yet we're accepting this, that you're going to have a gym, which means more trips. You're going to have a much bigger banquet facility. You say you've already got excessive parking. Now, to me, that suggests that this banquet facility is going to have a bigger impact than is suggested in this report. But I know that there's nothing in there. We just seem to accept the fact that it won't have any impact.
Well, I think what we would want to characterize it is that it won't have a significant impact on the environment. Obviously, the clubhouse is larger. The Planning Commission did entertain a discussion and debate about whether it's going to be a larger public venue and whether it should be restricted to, club-only aspects, if you will, club use only. Ultimately, I think the information the Commission had at the time led them to believe that it wouldn't create that issue. Principally because, obviously, if they're going to have outside events, outside weddings, they really do need to make sure it's ancillary to their country club operation, and they really don't want to overschedule it to the point where it really is to the detriment of their residents. And so, ultimately, I think the staff and the Planning Commission concluded that we didn't want to regulate the type of events that might occur inside this facility, and so you don't see any conditions to do so. But again, back to the traffic engineering, if you will, the trip generation rates are based upon the acreage of a golf course and the number of courses that are there, and those aspects aren't really changing.
What about adding a gym, though? I mean, it takes so long to play a round of golf that you probably aren't going to go to the gym right after. You're going to go to the gym the next day. So doesn't that create more trips?
There are no trip generating factors related to that as an ancillary activity to a golf club. Again, maybe the traffic trip generation rates may be a little simplistic, but those are the tools that we have, and that's the method by which we evaluate traffic impacts. We may see longer duration of stays. We may see a few additional stays, likely not in the peak hour, but then again, it's hard to predict precisely what each facility will create in terms of that additional demand. But again, for the purpose of our CEQA analysis, we went through our standard procedure evaluating it, and it doesn't create the impact that you might foresee.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, go ahead.
Okay. Moving on, the development agreement is very similar. It's a 10-year term, conveys a vested right to develop. We have the same public benefit fee, and in this particular case, it's involving just the clubhouse itself, and so it would be up to $10 a square foot. I would want to introduce the amendment that we discussed that with the previous item for this development agreement. Again, the sentence I read into the record earlier. I want to go ahead and make that change as well. Again, so the public benefit fee does provide visitor-serving uses, aesthetic enhancements, and obviously the hosting of events that are of benefit to the community. And so those are the offsetting public benefits for the vested right to be conveyed. And basically moving on, the recommendation is similar to the one that I offered previously. We've got a series of 5 actions this evening for this particular proposal. Again, the first is to adopt a resolution adopting the environmental document, which is the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigated monitoring and reporting program. Adopt a resolution approving a general plan amendment, which just increases the building area from 35,000 square feet to 56,000 square feet. The third is to introduce the ordinance to adopt a planned community development plan. The draft that you have in your packet does anticipate the prior application moving forward. So the ordinance actually really is a very simple amendment. It just changes the square footage. If the prior application doesn't move forward, then we've got a different planned community text to adopt, and we can touch upon that if that's indeed the council's desire. The fourth action this evening is adopting the resolution approving the site development plan and the limited term permit as proposed by the applicant. Again, this only applies to the golf club site and has no bearing on the country club, the tennis club side of the property. And lastly, to introduce the ordinance adopting the draft development agreement with the change as indicated. Staff is available for any questions, and the applicant has a presentation as well.
Do you have any questions? All right. applicant we gave, Mr. O'Hill, 15 minutes plus. About the same for you, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gardner and members of the City Council. I'm David Wooten, CEO of the Newport Beach Country Club. We're here tonight to seek your approval to build a new clubhouse for the Newport Beach Country Club. We have here with us several of our staff, Perry Dickey, who is the president of the Newport Beach Country Club, Doug Lee, who is the project architect with Lee Soccer Architects. We have also Jerry Johnson, our chief financial officer, and from CAA Planning, Shauna Schaffner and Tom Matthews. First of all, I'd like to compliment and thank the city staff for many months of hard work and actually very good guidance and assistance in preparing what we're bringing forth to you tonight. We respectfully request that the City Council act upon the recommendation of the Planning Commission to approve this project. I think there will be a number of questions based on the prior presentation, and I'd like to perhaps defer those until after we have a presentation by Shauna Schaffner, again of CAA Planning. Perhaps she will answer a number of the questions that you may have. And then we have myself, and then there are other people here to address any other questions you might have. So I'd like to turn it over to Shauna to give you a presentation on what our plans consist of. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Gardner, members of the council. I'm Shauna Schaffner from CAA Planning on behalf of Newport Beach Country Club. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council tonight. The Newport Beach Country Club project was developed by an experienced team. The design is based on the programmatic needs of the existing Newport Beach Country Club. The team includes project architect Doug Lee, who has designed several golf clubhouses in Southern California. The team also includes Perry Dickey, president of Newport Beach Country Club, who currently operates the club. The design was also created through consultation with several other golf professionals. While the clubhouse is in great need of modernization, the only new component of the project is the 1,700 square foot fitness facility. From the time our application was submitted in 2008, we have made several significant changes to the plan as suggested by Robert O'Hill and also by the Planning Commission. We were pleased to receive the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval of our project on November 17th, and we hope that you will act in accordance with their recommendation tonight. This is the site plan for Newport Beach Country Club. You can see the outline of the existing clubhouse here in light blue. So the notion that we are significantly relocating this clubhouse is not entirely accurate. This is the existing clubhouse. The plan features include widening of Irvine Terrace to include a landscape median and mirrored landscaping on this side that will match the existing landscaping along Corporate Plaza. An entry gate will be utilized for special events only when it is important to control access to the parking lot. Otherwise, this gate will remain open. We have a portico share with a bag drop right here, and we have a significant landscape setback between the adjacent proposed bungalows. There are 85 parking stalls adjacent to the building in this area, and an additional 251 parking stalls in the lower parking lot. We are proposing 336 parking stalls. The city code requirement is 334, and so our overparking is by 2 stalls. There are 3 separate entries to the golf clubhouse, including the members' entry here, the golfers' entry here, and the banquet entry here. This is the drop-off area for the banquets and will also function as the valet area for banquet operations. Delivery access, as staff has pointed out, will be from East Coast Highway. We have included a deceleration lane here and a shared driveway with the nursery next door. Deliveries will come up here and into a protected service yard. The service yard will shield deliveries from view and reduce the noise associated with those deliveries. There are generally about 3 to 5 deliveries per day to the club. The plan does also include an access road, which will be one-way only for eastbound traffic. We have relocated the mouth of the road approximately 85 feet away from the intersection to remove the dangerous situation that had been previously identified, we've also included removable planters here that will prevent cross-traffic from coming down this one-way road. These removable planters will only be taken out during special events, which are regulated by city permits. The business model for NBCC is unchanged. The size of the banquet facility was determined based on the current need of the club, based on tournaments and member functions. And I will go through some of those tournaments and member functions so that you can get a flavor for those events. The banquet facility will continue to operate as it does today. It is open to the public only when it is not in use for club or member functions. However, because the new clubhouse will be modernized, we do expect to see a slight increase in the demand. Here's a summary of the Monday tournaments that were held at the club. There were 14 Monday tournaments in 2011. Here's a summary of the men's tournaments. There were 24 men's tournaments in 2011. A similar summary for the ladies' tournaments, also 24 tournaments during the year for the ladies. And here's a listing of the special events from 2010. There were 41 special events held at the club in 2010. As you can see, there are a significant number of events and tournaments that are held at the club today. We wanted to provide a comparison of banquet spaces around Newport Beach and the surrounding community. We are proposing an increase in 1,500 square feet from the existing banquet facility that will accommodate 250 seats. The Seacliff Country Club, which is owned by Mr. O'Hill in Huntington Beach, also accommodates 250 seats. The nearby Island Hotel is over 6,000 square feet and 400 seats. The Marriott Hotel, also in Newport Center, accommodates 636 banquet seats, and the Balboa Bay Club is 500 seats. As you can see, 250 is a very modest request. I also think that Mr. O'Hill's request is between 250 seats, which is dead on. Now that I've given you an overview of some of the operation of the club, I'd like to briefly touch on some of the technical components, including landscaping, grading, traffic, and the parking lot design. The Newport Beach Country Club plan includes extensive layered landscaping throughout the project, and the entry in the parking lot, excuse me, let me point here. As I indicated earlier, the entry here will include a new landscape median and also landscaping on this side, which will create a mirrored effect with the existing landscaping along Corporate Plaza West. The NBCC plan features drought-tolerant plants, which will be required by the Coastal Commission. The entire perimeter of the parking lot will be landscaped with trees. In addition, each row of parking will have trees at each end, and these two rows in here where you see a sidewalk connecting to the facility will have trees down the middle as well. So this is an extensively landscaped plan. The plan also features significant landscaping along Coast Highway. Here's a site section of the landscape frontage. The parking lot is set back more than 50 feet from Coast Highway, which is greatly improving the current view from the street of the parking lot. The plan includes an 18-foot wide landscape berm, which is here, which will be located between the sidewalk and the access drive. The plan also includes a 5-foot landscape buffer between the access drive and the parking lot. This berm will be approximately 4 feet high, which will act to shield cars in the access road, but also the perimeter fence and the parking lot. The grading quantities. We are raising the building pad to take advantage of the great ocean views that exist on this site. We will also be improving the views to the golf course itself. In order to raise the pad elevation, we had originally estimated 39,000 cubic yards. In consultation with the Planning Commission, that estimate was reduced down to 34,000 cubic yards. The heavy truck traffic will be 21 days. The plan will not include 3 months of grading as suggested by Mr. O'Hill. The response to comments, if you note page, let's see, I believe 15 of the response to comments, which I think is 425 of your packet, clearly indicates not 3 months, but 21 days. And just for comparison purposes, again, 34,000. The City Hall was about 320,000, which is more than 10 times this amount. Building height, we wanted to highlight very briefly the ground floor of the proposed clubhouse and the ground floor of the existing clubhouse. This area in light blue is the existing clubhouse. These are very similar. As many of you may know from visiting the club, the existing clubhouse entry is separated from the main clubhouse level by 7 internal steps. By raising the pad, we will be conforming this elevation. Let's see, the building height is also within the height limit of 50 feet established in planned community zones. Our tallest point is approximately 46 feet. Our traffic analysis was based on both the city's Measure S guidelines and also the ITE trip generation rates. The project does not exceed the Measure S thresholds. We will have 40 a.m. peak hour trips and 49 p.m. peak hour trips, even with the addition of the 1,700 square foot fitness facility where we would expect to see a large number of internal captures. I think that would represent a nominal increase compared to the peak hour trips that we were projecting for this project. In addition, we have a circulation analysis that was performed that looked at both the parking lot circulation and also the number of parking spaces. As I previously indicated, we are parked 2 above code. Finally, the parking lot orientation. This parking lot was designed as an integral part of the plan, and it functions with the clubhouse. Pulling the 2 apart would present a very large problem to MVCC. The uses are separated for ease of operation, including, as I mentioned earlier, the members' entry, the golfers' entry, and the banquet entries. It's also the industry standard to have parking stalls oriented in this manner so that you do not have people trying to walk in between cars as you would have under the O'Hill plan. This design will keep delivery traffic away from the main entry and will minimize conflicts, as we will have the deliveries coming this way. And the parking lot was designed to provide the maximum amount of flexibility for special events such as the Toshiba Senior Classic. Finally, under this plan, the parking lot elevation will be approximately 10 feet lower in here than the O'Hill bungalows. And so the bungalows view will be looking out over the top of the cars and not directly into a parking lot. The O'Hill plan really increases the visibility of the cars from Coast Highway and Irvine Terrace by having the terrace effect. That concludes my formal presentation this evening. I urge the Council to support the Planning Commission recommendation and approve only the Newport Beach Country Club Golf Clubhouse for this site. Our entire project team is here to answer questions. Shall you have any? We have reviewed all of the conditions, and we do accept those conditions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? All right. And as you said, that you have agreed to the proposed conditions. So I would like a motion to table this item so we can return for action to item 14.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Just briefly, I wanted to mention that we received a legal memorandum from Latham and Watkins regarding the analysis regarding the use conversion, and we've made those memos available out on the area at the table just outside of the chambers. I wanted to mention that because we received the communication after the agenda went to print, and that was distributed late to the council.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to open this up for public comment. How many people want to speak on this item? All right, a 5-minute time limit. Public comment.
Hello, my name is Michelle Freeman, and I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I'm also a member of the tennis club, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this matter. IBC's submittal has caused me to join an organization called Friends for Good Planning, along with over 100 other people. And over the last several weeks, we've become very, very concerned with this issue, and some of us are wearing blue banners on this today. And I was glad to hear both sides presented because I have 1,000 more questions, but I won't bore you with those today. We strongly believe that IBC is neither, the IBC plan is not the cohesive, comprehensive plan for the planned community district. We have an opportunity right now to take one of the most premier jewel pieces of property in our city and have a chance to really showcase something magnificent and special. I hope the board will take time to look and really plan something that's going to benefit everyone. The IBCs, I was shocked when I heard the IBC talk about the the general plan amendment for 21,000 square feet more. I've been a member of 9 different country clubs over the years. I used to run the women's golf program out at Shady Canyon Golf Club. And I know golf clubs need to have events and run golf tournaments. That's what we do. We all have golf tournaments. We have tons of golf tournaments. We have weddings. We have member tournaments. We also allow our members to sponsor events at the facilities. When I look at the plan on how many square feet that country club has, I don't understand how a country club needs that amount of square footage to cover what they need to do to take care of their members. I'm sorry, I just think it is way overdone. It looks like it's a disguised banquet facility to me and not really a country club. So I am going to please ask for you to approve all of the Robert O'Hill's properties owners planned for a cohesive, organized country club, tennis facility, a few residential homes, and pass it in its entirety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's going to be a little difficult on this public comment to comment on one item and not the other, it seems. So any suggestions, City Attorney?
Maybe Tim Peon can address that. He's counsel for Mr. O'Hill. He requested a separate hearing. He thought that it would prejudice, didn't he think it would prejudice his client if they combined the public hearings?
This is staff's recommendation for the public hearing process in order to give the council the ability to hear the staff and applicant presentation on each item, and then it was staff's recommendation that we have separate public hearings on each item. So we could just ask the comments, the speakers to limit to agenda item number 14.
But it's difficult because to speak on one without speaking on the other. So did Mr. Peon want to say something?
Well, I'd just be Tim Peon. I'm counsel for Golf Realty Fund. Just say that we're happy however the council prefers. It would be extremely difficult, I think, for when you have to choose ultimately one plan perhaps over the other, although we have a suggestion on that. It would be hard to have people not be able to comment on both and to say you can only talk on one and not the other. So, and we're open to whatever the council feels would work best.
If the applicants are in agreement, I have no legal issue with having a joint public hearing on this matter. Perhaps we could hear just briefly.
Right.
Shauna Schaffner on behalf of NBCC. We're fine with that arrangement.
Okay. So what we're saying is don't say half of it and then come back and say the other half of it. Might as well speak your piece once, and then we'll be through with it. All right?
Question, does that mean that there will be separate actions if they're still in item 14 and item 15? How does that work?
So in essence, what will be happening is opening up the public hearing on both, and there'll be separate actions taken subsequent to the closure of the public hearing on the items 14 and 15.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we will now continue with public comment. I saw a lot of hands.
My name is Paul Christ. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I'm also a member of the tennis club, and I reside in the Granville condominium community, and I have a comment on both items 14 and 15. The IBC plan for the clubhouse did away with something that's been a source of great discomfort to the residents, at least at the south end of Granville, which is in the area that I reside. And that has to do with the wedding lawn and the use of outside music, especially in the summertime. And that wedding lawn is basically on the east side. The new plan promoted by IBC provides for the relocation of the wedding lawn to the west side, which eliminates an enormous amount of noise. Will also help me stop calling the police to try and reduce the volume, if you will. So I am a proponent, if you will, for Granville of the relocation and the IBC clubhouse renovation plan or redevelopment plan. My second address would be to the tennis club. We presently have 300 members or more at the tennis club. We find it very difficult to understand how 7 courts will accommodate us. Not only that, there will be a loss to the community, I think, by virtue of the reduction in tennis courts not being available for many of the ladies' inter-club events that do occur and take place there on a daily basis throughout the week. So I think it's going to be a real loss to the community with a reduction of the tennis courts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Gardner?
Yes.
I'm noticing a trend. I think people are calling the Newport Beach Country Club Incorporated's application, which is item 15, they're calling it IBC. I think that's just I want to make sure everyone, if they're referring to the Newport Beach Country Club application, which is the larger clubhouse, which is item 15, we might want to call it that. But if you hear IBC mentioned as the proponent for that project, I think they're referring to item 15, the larger clubhouse, not
yes.
the property owner. So I wanted to clarify that for you.
Hi, I'm Lloyd Eichert. Unfortunately, I'm the most impacted individual in the city of Newport Beach as a result of this. I live at 1507 Bonnie Doon, and as a result of activities of both the city and our association, they removed all of the landscaping between my house and this project. I can look out my front window and see this parking lot. I'm about whatever the width of Coast Highway is from this project, and I see it every day when I get out. So the question that I have is, and this is an issue that we've always had, this country club has not been friendly. The Toshiba creates traffic on Bonnie Doon. They park there, they leave their alarms on, and of course nobody checks it. They leave trash. That's always been an issue that we've had. I got from our people, I put together a petition. We got everybody to sign it to make that private parking. And I talked with Mr. Campbell about it, and he said we were under the Coastal Commission, which we have to deal with that as far as the parking issues. But they park all their cars there. Every time there's a Toshiba or any event they have parking, and the parking is on Bonnie Doon. The second issue that I have, because I live there, is the fact that whenever they have the Toshiba or any events, they have generators out there that run 24 hours a day, and they vibrate and they make noise and whatever. And in the summertime, you can't open your windows because you hear these generators. So what I'm going to propose, if you decide to do this with this, by the way, let me just comment. I would have been at the Planning Commission meeting, but they had a Planning Commission meeting. They canceled it, and then they gave us 6 days to come to the other one. Unfortunately, I was out of town on business, and I couldn't attend, or I would have brought these issues up then. The thing is that they're going to have numerous events, which means that more parking, and they don't plan for the parking. I think that if this is approved, that they should provide electricity for the parking lot, which they're going to take away when they have the events, so that we don't have to have the generators, and that there should be something done about them putting parking in. Now, if they have to put an underground parking structure to solve this, that's what they need to do. The other issue is, if they're going to continue the way they're doing it, I'd like to see maybe we could get a sound wall and have them pay for it, put a sound wall on Coast Highway, and go ahead and re-landscape that area. But, it's really got to be a big problem for the people living in Irvine Terrace. They do not support this project. They went to the board of directors. I was at that meeting, and maybe they convinced the board, but not the people that live in Newport Beach or in Irvine Terrace, and we have to put up with this. The other thing, a question that I have is, it appears that we've kind of got a big fight between two giants, and instead of them fighting it out and making a decision as to who's going to do what, they're asking the city of Newport Beach to make that decision. And I don't think that the city of Newport Beach should be involved in that. I think let them decide who's going to win. Let them decide it. Let them come up then with a plan together that we can live with and that the city can live with. So the other issue that I had is, and I don't know what's happened to this, but I understand that Winston Chung had purchased this property, and I don't know if that's still the situation. So what you've got an owner, you've got a tenant, and you've got a new owner. So we don't even know who we're dealing with here, other than the fact that they're all working on this. So they come back, and the one project says they're going to go to 56,000 square feet of building, but yet their parking hasn't increased that much, and I don't know where they're planning on doing that parking. They have the different events they have, and nobody's looking at the parking. So I think that parking has not been fully vetted on this project, and I think there needs to be a whole lot more done. I know a lot of work has been done on it, and I know that you guys have had your ears bent, and the Planning Commission. But they're going to be increasing membership. They're going to have, like they say, we're going to have numerous events, which means they're going to try to do more events because they want to make money, and that's the whole deal. But in the meantime, we're the ones that are suffering as a result of that. So I'd like to see them put their own electricity in, no more generators. I want them to come up with something that's going to create, not going to create parking issues for people in Irvine Terrace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lloyd, quick question. I assume, Lloyd,
Yes.
I assume you're against the larger clubhouse proposal, but does that mean you're for the smaller clubhouse proposal? They're both proposing to redevelop the clubhouse.
I understand that, and I'm sure that I'm just one little ant out there on the anthill, and it probably something will happen that'll be developed. But what I want is I want to see people, I want to see the parking issues, I want to see electricity issues.
And I guess those two concerns would apply to both proposals.
Both proposals.
Okay.
And, but I see that the one that's going to have the 56,000 square feet is obviously going to create a lot more parking issues. And then every time they have an event, they take the parking away, whether it's Toshiba or whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can somebody help me with the PowerPoint? I'm Tom Ferry. I'm a resident in Irvine Terrace, so thanks for listening. I think I only want to talk about tennis. I have 60 or 70 slides. Is that okay?
No.
I promise to go fast.
Why don't we have someone else come up while you get that working, and but then as soon as you're ready, you can have your comment.
Mine will be real quick, a good transition one. Good evening, Mayor Gardner and council members. I'm Daniel Brunton of Latham & Watkins, here on behalf of Host Hotels and Resorts, and we support staff recommendation number 4, recommending the use conversion for the Gulf Realty Fund project.
Thank you. And now we're ready?
All right, so thank you again, Mayor Gardner and council. So I just want to talk about saving Newport Beach tennis. So here's what I'm looking at. What we have in Newport Beach currently is a rich history of winning tennis with 20 All-Americans, 30 CIF championships, all coming from our schools. We've got a national recognition in the tennis world, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry. People know Newport Beach as tennis. We have 100-plus tournaments annually with last year 1,940 players in 2011 alone. But here's the problem. In this proposed plan, we're losing 17 courts, or 20% of the available tennis courts in all of Newport Beach. Tennis is on the rise in Newport. I'm not exactly certain what these people are talking about. I'm a member there, and I have a hard time getting on the courts. So, 3% of our community are playing it. It's growing every single day. The Marriott closed, which we lost 9 courts. Now, potentially us. And the big question is, who's next? We have 2 additional clubs with ground leases coming due. These decisions are going to basically set a precedent for those. We could lose an additional 50% of our courts based upon the decisions that we're making today. All this makes Irvine suddenly our best option to play tennis. I like Newport. I don't know about you guys, but I like Newport. Irvine is not my option. So here's the impact. We would lose, the Women's League, which has been discussed. Sage Hill, Dent, and 6 other tournaments would be displaced. Countless young high school athletes who use these facilities in the afternoons to hone their skills are going to suffer. We lose War by the Shore, Adoption Guild, Queen of Hearts tournaments that generate revenue for the city and grow our national awareness in terms of tennis. And as I just keep razzing, my own club and a lot of the coaches there, if our goal is to strengthen Irvine's tennis program, this is going to seal the deal. And I know that might be a minor point to you, but as a father of a tennis player who's ambitious and wants to play for high school and, right here in Newport Beach, that drives me nuts. The solution, as an Irvine Terrace resident, which again, I'm not exactly certain who they surveyed in Irvine Terrace, but I didn't get the questions. The husband of a tennis player, father of a 10-year-old who wants to play here locally, don't make a short-term financial decision and take tennis away from our community. Ensure that our children have a safe place to play with excellent instructors, great tournaments, right here in Newport Beach. Be bold and save tennis in Newport. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Yeah, don't be shy.
Trust me, I'm not shy. Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Douglas Karstens. I'm an attorney for the Friends for Good Planning. My law firm is Chatton Brown and Karstens. Usually we'll come and speak with city councils on what may be wrong with a particular proposal. In this case, it is unusual. We're here to say that one of these proposals does have a lot that's right to it. And the other is the one that we oppose because of all the reasons it's different from the first one. And I think you might guess. We at Friends for Good Planning support Mr. O'Hill's proposal and oppose the IBC one. Now the reason, in summary, is the intensity, the inappropriate size, the requirement for a general plan amendment, the dirt hauling, 39,000 cubic yards of dirt, the traffic generation, which I would like to address some of the mayor's comments about traffic and how do you figure this out. I do have some specific comments about that. But first of all, our position is that this site, it's a jewel of a site, should be planned comprehensively, entirely, all 145 acres, not 133 at a time, not piecemealed, which is what the one proposal does, but planned entirely. There were letters that Friends for Good Planning submitted, one on November 8th, 2010. It's in the staff report at page 395. We also support the letters of the Gold Realty Fund, March 2011 and December 2010, opposing and objecting to this project. The real problem here is this large banquet facility, essentially what may become a commercial facility for public as well as private use. I heard from some comment earlier that the public would only use the facilities when members were not using it. Well, what kind of limitation is that? It's really none. This is an increase, a general plan amendment required for an increase from the current limit of 35,000 up to 56,000 square feet. We view that as a major amendment of the general plan that requires voter approval under Charter Section 423 because of the traffic generation related to the clubhouse and banquet facilities. I'll explain in just a moment. This would also violate the Coastal Land Use Plan and the Coastal Act because of the interference with public access in the coast, because of the traffic generation, its impacts to visual quality in the coastal zone, and its inconsistency with the general plan limitation to 35,000 square feet. There can be no approval of the planned community development plan for the IBC proposal or the development agreement or the site development review for the IBC plan until after the Coastal Commission certifies the general plan amendments. So we ask that those be at least either denied or continued to a future day. Now let me come back to traffic. Here is an MND, and I'll refer just to item 15, the IBC MND. The MND asserts there is no net increase in traffic because it's going from a golf course use to a golf course use. Well, what if this was a 500,000 square foot facility? It would still be a golf course to a golf course. So logic, in this case, does show that there will be an increase in traffic. And I am here to offer or state that also the ITE manual, if you look at the right page of it, will support the correct analysis of an increase in traffic. Land use category 495 for a recreational community center would show trip generation for a 56,000 square foot facility at 1,288 daily trips, which converts to about 128 in a peak hour, which you could tell is over a 100 trip threshold for the charter requiring a vote and for considering significant amendments. I see I have a yellow light. Is that 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
No, that's like 30 seconds.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm running out of time then. So we also will have objections on aesthetics and about grading. The circulation conflicts solved by mitigation measures 8, 9, and 10 are improperly deferred mitigation. The mitigation measure number 10 is deferred to a future point. That doesn't solve anything. So by incorporating the comments that have been made before, I can wrap up with the strong suggestion that, yes, development can go forward under Mr. O'Hill's proposal, but that the IBC proposal should be denied. I thank you for your time.
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Sure. We've heard in testimony earlier that Mr. O'Hill's proposal will seat 250 people in the banquet hall, and the IBC proposal will seat 250 people in the banquet hall. So I'm having a difficult time understanding why you're for one and against the other based on traffic, particularly since Mr. O'Hill is also proposing a 2,400-seat tennis stadium. So explain to me how you get to lower traffic with that configuration versus the other one.
Yes, of course. I would first refer to the ITE manual because this is what staff is using as a tool. And again, the ITE manual in land use category 495 for recreational community centers.
So you're saying because the building's bigger, it will therefore by definition generate more traffic, even if that space is open space or rafters or something else, just because it's bigger?
Because we plan for maximum
But they both
use.
have the same amount of seats, right?
The
Same amount of
seats is
banquet
correct,
seats.
but the square
Right.
footage is different, so I don't know what else other than the banquet facility might be generating traffic. The ITE manual just talks
Yeah.
about a facility, and
Yeah,
for every
but-
1,000
okay.
square feet, 22 trips would be generated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Next.
My name is Chris Rodriguez, Mayor Gardner, members of the council. Thank you for a moment to speak here. I just wanted to say that it seems to me the club is for sale. IBC is for sale. It's widely known, and it seems like it would be in their best interest for them to have both plans approved. This way, the buyer or eventual buyer has more options. That's pretty common in my line of work. If you're building a shopping center, you don't know if you're going to have X anchor or Y anchor, so you have two site plans approved, and that's really all I wanted to say about that. It just seems to make more sense that it just doesn't make sense that they wouldn't want more options. They would want. They're limiting themselves as opposed to broadening the scope because somebody might value that more. Secondly, and more important to me as a father and resident of Newport Beach, and I have 3 children, that frontage road, as it exists right now, is extremely dangerous. It's dangerous as is, but when I look at the plan, it's significantly more dangerous as proposed. And I'd really like to hear an explanation from IBC as to what is the necessity for its existence in their new plan. I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potential accidents, I don't understand it. And cutting another curb cut or moving it over and then having another point of cross-traffic potenti just makes no sense to me whatsoever. So I'd really like to know from the club what purpose that serves for them and why it needs to be there.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Mary Stapleton, and I am a resident of Irvine Terrace. And I want to back up what the gentleman was saying about Bonnie Doon, because I live further on back, and every time there's a big event, especially Toshiba, the whole area, block after block, is just covered with cars. They even park on the curbs so that people with wheelchairs can't even use the cut-down curbs. They do leave trash everywhere, and nobody picks anything up. Hogue never comes over to try to pick anything up. So it's really a terrible mess. So I don't understand why, if you mentioned that a restaurant has to have so much parking, they can't say, oh, well, it's always half full. You have to have parking for the full restaurant. Why does the city allow Toshiba to cover over the parking with food carts and tents, so there's no parking? So where does everybody go? They go over to Irvine Terrace. There's supposed to be some kind of shuttle system between some faraway parking lots, but people know if they can just park across the street, they're going to park across the street. And they're not going to pay to park either. So I don't understand why both of these big project guys with all this money aren't thinking about putting a beautiful, iconic clubhouse up on Santa Barbara. There's a commercial area. They have Newport Center, part of Newport Center, this big project. They should have a beautiful, iconic, wonderful, beautiful view of everywhere up on Santa Barbara. And I think it would be good if the city then had zoning for such a thing up there. I don't know what it takes to adjust all the greens and that sort of thing, but they could have a really big, lots of parking up there, so we don't have to deal with all the overflow parking in Irvine Terrace, and all the trash and all that sort of thing. So it's more suitable to have a big clubhouse and a big parking structure up there. Then all the tennis courts can stay, and the bungalows can cover the parking lot and whatever additional land they want to, and tear down the old clubhouse there. So there's plenty for housing or hotel or whatever they want to call that kind of thing. So anyway, I'm for putting the clubhouse up on Santa Barbara. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Dee Devaney. My address is 1619 Bonnie Doon, the street that's previously been talked about. I beg to differ with all the other residents for a couple of reasons. One, I am the most impacted when I live right inside the entrance to Irvine Terrace. I'm a 25-year founding member of the Newport Beach Country Club, a 32-year resident of Irvine Terrace. First of all, I favor the IBC design for the clubhouse. I think it's much more aesthetically pleasing. I think it will be a great addition to the city of Newport Beach in a high visibility location, like I said. Now, as far as the parking is concerned in Irvine Terrace, I agree with these people that for 5 days during the Toshiba, Wednesday, Thursday Pro-Ams, and the Friday, Saturday, Sunday tournament days, there are cars all over Irvine Terrace. Now, what does this bring us? It brings $1 million to Hogue Hospital. And if all of us continue to live here, that's where we're going to end up. And personally, I'd like the care there to be as good as it can be. So I disagree with them on the parking. I mean, I agree that it's there, but for me, it's not a hassle. There are no other days, maybe a couple of tennis breakers events if they have a high-profile player. You might have some spillover into Irvine Terrace, but not much. So that's my feeling on the deal.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Kevin Muldoon. I'm a tennis club member. I've also been retained to represent some founding members of the golf club. My clients support the property owner's plan and oppose IBC's plan for numerous reasons. One reason being the new parking lot and delivery area are in close proximity to the 15th and 18th hole. They are destroying a significant amount of turf at the entry and replacing it with asphalt. The stairways proposed by IBC are 17 steps to and from the golf parking lot. That's because of the 10-foot grade difference between the proposed plan by the property owner and the higher plan proposed by IBC. You also know there's 21,000 square foot difference between the two plans. And Councilman Curry, I'd like to address your question. Regarding the issue of plan and usage, obviously if it's the remaining time is allowed for public use, and that time is large, IBC will have the opportunity to put on many events, and just like they do at the Bay Club, have large amounts of crowds showing up to the valet and quickly parking, going to the event, and then going home. So we can see how it would be foreseeable, although the seats are the same, the traffic would increase. For the golf club founding members, this is a very big issue because they want their club to be exclusive. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure I understand why that's the case. Wouldn't whoever else operates, first of all, nobody, your client, or Mr. O'Hill, doesn't operate the club, so he doesn't really put on events. He just owns the underlying property, right?
Well, my client is not Mr. O'Hill.
Okay, well,
founding members.
Your point is that the founding members wouldn't hold events in the club?
They would only hold private events. Now, if you notice the presentation from the other side, they said that public events would be held whenever private events are not being held. So that was disclosure that they offered in their presentation. The IBC plan is subsequently a public
The IBC plan is that people who don't own it now would own it then, and this is what the rules they would use?
The IBC plan is all I know of the IBC plan is what they've told of it. And
No, I'm saying your plan. Your plan is that people who don't own the club now would ultimately buy it and own it, and you're telling me the operating procedures they would follow?
Yes, I am. Correct. I'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Okay. So the founding members have the right of first refusal to purchase leasehold interest at NBCC and the Dream of creating a private equity club. The future equity members want a friendly golf club. Now, because the IRS code precludes them as a nonprofit equity club from being in the banquet business, it would follow they would not use that interest to compete in the banquet market. Does that sort of answer the question?
Okay, I see your point.
Thank you. Founding members had significant input.
Did you say that the Newport Beach Country Club is an equity club?
At this point, it is not. The future equity members want to make it an equity club, and they have the right of first refusal. Does that answer that question? Thank you.
But that's a right of first refusal, right? They have no option to invoke a change of ownership in the club.
Well, we certainly can all dream, and they do plan, if the time comes up, to take that.
Well, they have a dream.
They do have a dream.
We have
but
a dream.
It is
Okay.
a written binding legal document. So founding members have also had significant input in the Robert O. Hill plan, and this is something that's important to them. Terrace community, surrounding communities like Granville have also had that input. To the founding members, this is a very important issue because they do take that right of first refusal seriously, and when the time comes, they will invoke that right. For these reasons, we respectfully request this body approve property owner's plan and deny IBC's plan for public bank facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Mayor, council members, Bart Thompson. I lived in Newport Beach for about 24 years and been a member at Newport Beach Country Club for about 6. We're just absolutely thrilled about the prospect of the new clubhouse. It's just a buzz around the club, and people just, it's so amazing. It's such a great club, such a great place to be, but yet it lacks what Shady has. It lacks what Big Canyon has. And when you go to those clubs, it's just like, oh, this is so nice. It's so nice when you get there. It's so nice when you finish. And to have the club, to have the quality of the golf course and the location at Newport Beach Country Club, and then to be able to go in afterwards and have a drink and look at the ocean, the prospect's just absolutely amazing. But to me, it seems like 36,000 square feet should be enough for a club, but clearly it's not, because if it would have been, Big Canyon would have built a club more modest in size. And Shady would have done the same thing. And here you've got private individuals that are going to be building this because it's not an equity club. Our members won't be assessed. I won't be assessed. And if we could do what we wanted to do, or if they could do for us what we wanted in 35,000 square feet, I'm sure they would, because they'd save $10 or $15 million in the construction. So Shady came to the conclusion that you need a big clubhouse. Big Canyon came to the conclusion you need a big clubhouse. And having spent enough time down at both of those, I just really agree that if they could have done it in the smaller footprint, the smaller clubhouse, they would have. And so the Newport Beach Country Club proposal for the larger clubhouse, I just can't tell you how much it excites me. I just think it's absolutely fantastic in just so many ways and for so many reasons. So I give it my support.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Gardner, members of the council. I have the Michael Stevens $900 Place, Newport Beach, and I have the privilege of speaking in support of the Newport Beach Country Club IBC proposal, however you would describe it. I've sat through testimony at the Planning Commission. I've sat through the testimony here, and I think I'd like to make a point. There are a number of entities that wish to determine how this project should go forward and be planned. We have founders. I'm a member of the club, been a member of the club for 37 years, been a resident for 37 years, and they don't speak for me, and they don't speak for the membership, at least those that I've involved with, because I'm actively engaged in that particular golf course. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I think you have to look to the entity that has the fiscal responsibility of operating that club to make the decisions about what's most responsive to the needs. And I think that is the Newport Beach Country Club and IBC. And let me tell you why. First of all, from three perspectives. First, as a member of the club, I've been a member of the club for 37 years. I've been through changes of ownership, and I can tell you that every meaningful improvement in that club has occurred since IBC took over the lease. That is true, and you can ask anyone who has played there how much the quality of that course has increased. What is lacking is a clubhouse that is commensurate with the quality of the course. That's the first reason for my confidence in Newport Beach Country Club and IBC. The second is as a member of the community. I've been at events there, I've been to meetings there, I've been to charitable events, charities that I support, charities where I'm a board member, and this is a good corporate citizen that has provided immeasurable support to this community in so many ways. Golf teams from high schools, I can say they're good citizens and they have the interest of this community in heart. The last is that I'm a volunteer at the Toshiba, and I want to talk about the Toshiba. Not only because of the meaningful contribution that it makes, is I announce off the first tee and the 10th tee. I talk to the pros. I'm familiar with how they view this tournament in this setting. They enjoy playing this course. They've seen the improvement in this course. And they ask, what's happening with the clubhouse? Why isn't there a clubhouse that really reflects, is consistent with the quality of this particular club? I talk to them about, excuse me, what's attractive here. They bring their families because of the proximity to Fashion Island. The only thing that is lacking is a clubhouse that meets the standard of the golf course. So for all of these reasons, I think we need to place our confidence in the organization that has operated with commitment, has operated in a way that has provided an incredibly increase in quality of the club, and put upon them the burden of being responsive to the needs of this community. And I hope we'll do that and understand that they, in the end, are the owners, and they, in the end, have a responsibility in making prudent business decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Gardner and council members, my name is Ira Garbett, and I'm the tournament chairman for the Toshiba Classic. I just want to tell you that the tournament has developed a great working relationship with the Newport Beach Country Club, and we are in favor of the proposal that they are putting forward. The tournament has raised $14 million for Hoag Hospital over the last 14 years, and we're expecting that it's going to raise another $1 million. The average Champions Tour event raises $250,000. This money is going to improve the well-being of everybody in the city of Newport Beach. I am a perfect example of it. I've had 2 open-heart surgeries at Hoag, and it was very, very important for me that there was world-class heart surgeons right here in our community. We also have done an economic impact report on the impact of the tournament for local businesses in our community, and with all of the hotels that are used, and the restaurants and the shopping centers, an independent economic research firm has told us that the impact is more than $25 million a year in economic benefit to all of the local businesses in Newport Beach. So for all of those reasons, the tournament is very much in favor of the proposal by the Newport Beach Country Club, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
My name's Jeff Purser. I'm the executive director of the Toshiba Classic. I've been here for 15 years operating the Toshiba Classic. I just want to say that Newport Beach Country Club has been a wonderful partner of the Toshiba Classic, which I think and I hope is recognized as the most important event in Newport Beach for the reasons that Ira just described. They've been wonderfully cooperative and making sure that our needs are addressed for the golf tournament. The golf tournament continues to grow and thrive and be an important piece of the fabric of Newport Beach. Operationally speaking, a clubhouse is needed. It's needed for the golf course membership. It's needed for the golf tournament. And they've addressed all of our needs and work cooperatively as they develop that site plan. And so we appreciate that, and we hope that the site plan is approved for Newport Beach Country Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Gary Jones. I'm the Vice President of Marketing for Armstrong Garden Centers. I know it's late, but I would just ask you to look at this from now a completely different viewpoint, and that is ours as business people. We love being in your community. This is one of our most important stores, and is important to the success of our company as a whole. However, we feel very strongly that you should adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the second proposal, which was presented tonight. And that is really primarily for safety issues and to ensure the continued success of our garden center. We feel strongly that the elimination of the frontage road would cause significant safety issues for our customers. And as a marketer, I know that for someone to patronize a business, it's very important that they feel that they can arrive safely and exit safely, and if they feel like that's not possible, or they have to zoom across Pacific Coast Highway to get out of a parking lot without that frontage road, they may very well choose not to patronize our business. And so for us, this is absolutely essential. I know we're a small part of this big picture. It's been fun to listen to, but we would really urge you to take that into consideration, that you're also changing traffic patterns, and that has not been addressed tonight. You've talked about traffic flow, but not changing traffic patterns, and we feel it's a real safety issue and a deterrent to our business. Thank you.
You have an odd idea of fun.
Yeah, second motion. I don't have a blue sticker, but that Mr. O'Hill's handing out, but you could see my name, my company name. My name is Ian Haidosky. I am the Vice President of Operations for Armstrong Garden Centers. And Gary did a very good job explaining things, but I just wanted to touch on a couple of those safety points. If you have ever been to our location, which I hope most of you have, you've seen how quickly traffic is zooming up and down PCH. Eliminating that easement road eliminates a safe exit point for, and my definition of safe is a traffic light, a safe exit point for all of the delivery trucks that we take almost daily, and more importantly, our customers. At the high rate of speed that cars are traveling down PCH, it's very difficult to make a right-hand turn out of our driveway onto PCH, and you just to see it. I've been there so many times to see the high rate of speed and a poor customer trying to make that right-hand turn to get on PCH, or even worse yet, a big delivery truck trying to make that turn onto PCH. We're really creating a major safety issue not having that traffic light at the end of the easement road. And you know, the years we've been in Newport Beach, we love doing business in Newport Beach. We're proud to be in Newport Beach, but the loss of convenience in the stoplight and the safety issues, I feel, in the future would make it difficult for us to remain. So I just wanted to share those opinions and thoughts, and I thank everyone for their time.
Thank you.
Mayor Gardner, City Council, my name's Ken Stewart. I'm the owner and operator of Palisades Tennis Club on Jamboree. I'd like to give you a little bit of insight about the industry, and I think it'll answer some of your questions you had about traffic. And then also to the two gentlemen who spoke about having their members displaced. I have some statistics, and I first tell you that I'm a neutral observer. I have no financial interest in the golf course, the country club, the tennis club, as proposed. If there was a proposal on the board to eliminate the tennis club completely, I'd be here fighting for it. So the impact of moving it from the number of courts now down to 7 also doesn't have any impact on my business because of the number of members. The industry of tennis is governed by a body called TIA. It's the Tennis Industry Association in Kissimmee, Florida. They can tell you any given day how many people are playing tennis around the United States. In 1970, they do a census every 10 years. In 1970, their census determined there were 9 million tennis players in the United States. By 1980, there were 36 million tennis players. That's primarily because of open tennis and television. People got to see two main characters during that time, Chris Everett and Jimmy Connors. They said this was fun. During that time, tennis clubs sprung up all over the country, particularly Orange County, and even more specifically in Newport Beach. By the end of the 70s, there were 36 private tennis clubs in Orange County. Today, there's 8. They've gone out of business simply because of the lack of population. By 1984, they went from 36 million down to 18 million. Word everywhere was, what's happened to our industry? I looked at it differently. I looked at it that our population had doubled in 14 years, and that's how I run my business. Now, the impact of first of all, talking about the members losing access to their clubs. They mentioned ladies' leagues, and they mentioned lack of play for the children. He said that they have 300 memberships now. I've heard 400. I don't know how many they have. I've got 600 on half the number of courts. I have 1,300 people at my club. So it becomes down to a function of management. And ladies' leagues use 3 courts. So if you have 7 courts, you get 2 ladies' leagues at the same time. Well, the way we operate that, we only have 8 ladies' leagues, but we have 3 players, 3 teams that will play at 9 o'clock. We'll have 3 more that play at 10:30. But we'll do that times 2 or 3 because I have 15 courts. So I don't think there's going to be any impact on tournaments. I don't think there'll be any impact on ladies' leagues. And I certainly don't think there'll be any impact on children. I know there won't be any impact on tournaments in the community. So then to address the traffic issue, because you were right, Ms. Gardner, about
it seems to make sense. But TIA, the Tennis Industry Association, says that a well-managed facility with lights, and I do it specifically to my club, it's a mid-sized club. And they say that a club of my size, well-managed, should be able to operate in a population base within a 5-mile radius of 350,000 people. Well, our city population is 90,000, and we have 6 private tennis clubs at one time here before we lost the Marriott. So Newport Beach it's an anomaly. It's a mecca for tennis, primarily because of its climate and then the demographics of the actual population. But going to the 7 courts, you can only get 4 people on a court. 4 times 7 is 28. You're never going to have more than 28 people coming in and exiting. There's a little overlap in there. The way that I saw at the Planning Commission when I looked at the clubhouse, it doesn't look like it's conducive to socializing a lot. I don't think you're going to have 28 people come in and stay there and socialize like you might at my place. So I don't think that the impact there is going to be any difference. And then if you use the statistics that were given, if you have 27 courts and you use the example that TIA gives of 45 memberships per court, you'd have over 1,000 members coming in every day if it was full. But with 300 members, it's not full. So I don't think there's going to be any impact on traffic, and I don't think there's going to be any impact on the community other than good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone
Question
else?
for him.
Yes, all right, just hold on. Ken, there's a question for you.
Thank you. What is the seating capacity of your stadium court?
Oh, I should have mentioned that. Mr. O'Hill, by the way, I have a lot of friends here. I see Dave Wooten, who is my neighbor and friend. I've known David for 25 years. I've known Bob O'Hill for 35 years through his sister, who is friends with Pilar Wayne, and my good friend Tim Mang, who operates the tennis facility there now, too. Mr. O'Hill said that it holds 2,400. I don't think it does. I think if you look at the drawing, it probably holds 200 or 300. I think that it's expandable to a couple thousand. And that would be similar to when I hosted Davis Cup in 1997. My center court, which looks very similar to that, holds a couple of hundred people with chairs. We expanded it first to 3,000, but because of the impact, we had to go to 6,000 seats in 1997. And that was, by the way, seen live on TV by 120 million people. Kind of cool. So I don't think it's, as you see it, it's 2,400 people. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Gardner and members of the council. My name is Mike Recupero, and I represent half of the ownership of both the tennis club property and the Newport Beach Country Club property. If you're puzzled as to why you heard a proposal this evening from Mr. O'Hill to put a new clubhouse and parking lot on a leasehold estate that has 56 years left on it, so are we. You may ask, why do the owners of the property not have a grip on that proposal? And that's because it was filed and it was unilaterally processed without my client's input. Earlier today, I sent you all by email a copy of the owner's agreement, which calls out the ownership structure for both of these properties. If for any reason you guys did not get that, I have extra copies here for you tonight. It's very important for you to understand, despite the PowerPoint that suggested that there was a 25% owner out there, these are 50% owners of both properties. After the application was filed, my client said to the city, please stop. We're the 50% owners. We don't have, this application does not have our consent. And my clients were told no. They then said, when the development agreement was moving forward, please stop. Let us review the development agreement that affects our property that we own. And the answer to them was no. We asked at the Planning Commission level, you should continue this hearing until the development agreement issues can get worked out among the owners because it encumbers the property. And we were told no. And the reason why this came about is because the former municipal code, according to the former city attorney, allowed for applications to be filed by a single owner without the other fee owners' signatures. I don't believe that's true any longer. It certainly, as we know today, was a mistake, but we're not here to throw rocks at a decision that was made many years ago. My suggestion, however, is that because that decision was made in the past, it does not justify a mistake going forward. And the mistake going forward would be to approve the GRF plan. We believe that that should be continued until after the arbitration of the matter, that is before the owners, that addresses the issues before you tonight, which is set for April 2nd, or in the alternative, as was proposed earlier, that it be continued until the owners can come back to the city with a development agreement that's acceptable to all of the owners. It is very difficult to understand a business decision of the city allowing a single owner of 50% of the properties to sign a development agreement that affects 100% of the owners. If you are inclined to move the GRF application forward tonight, we would ask that that development agreement require all owners' signatures. With regard to the PowerPoint that was shown to you earlier, you'll also see that there was a representation that my clients were applying for 20 residential units on this property. This is the tennis club property. That's not true. There is no application before you. The way that came about is my clients went to an architect, said, can you lay out units so we can talk to the other owner about it? It was shared with the other owner like you would do if you co-owned a property. And that's shown to you tonight with the representation that that's what my clients are going for, which is not true. That is not a decision you're being asked to make. I'd like to talk very briefly about the IBC plan. And I have here an 11 by 17 graphic of the way the frontage road is going to look and the entry is going to look. My clients, Irving Chase and Elliot Feuerstein, and the entities that they represent are supportive of the IBC plan. They have got a very successful and dedicated tenant who has 56 years left on this leasehold. The frontage road...
Are you almost concluded?
I am.
All right.
The frontage road that's before you has been suggested earlier would create a sea of asphalt, that the frontage road would be unsightly. But I would ask you to look at that. And as shown, the frontage road will never be seen by anybody on PCH because of the berm that's in front of it. You've also heard how important it is to the operational elements of not only the tenant, but of Armstrong's Nursery. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Councilman Henn?
Yeah, a question. Are your clients opposed to every aspect of the GRF proposal? For example, what about the planned community text? You're opposed to that?
It's a good question. And it's very difficult because we haven't had an opportunity to review the business side of that plan. And so the question comes, well, what about bungalows? What about villas? Well, it's in a vacuum. If you're not shown the pro forma for the business, if you're not shown what the construction costs are, if there's no business plan before you, you don't have a choice but to say stop. And we've been trying to stop for several years. So
you don't know that you're opposed to it, you just don't know enough about it to be approving it?
As we sit here tonight, we are opposed to it. And we're supportive of the IBC plan. And so we're asking you...
But I mean the underlying development. I mean, you're just opposed to it because you haven't been able to be a part of the process.
We haven't been able to digest it, correct.
Yeah.
As the owners of the property.
All right. This arbitration that you're talking about, Do you expect that there will be a decision in April, or is that just the date that the arbitration occurs, followed by some delay while the arbitrator considers and then makes a decision? What's the timing of a final decision on the arbitration?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not their litigation counsel. It's set for April 2nd.
But that's the date of the arbitration itself.
Correct. It's a private arbitration, so I wouldn't expect that you'd have a substantial delay by a private arbitrator. But I have not got an estimate of the time of the trial.
Okay. All right.
Councilman Henn? Zealot, sorry.
Can you comment on the document that GRF put up on the screen that this access road easement was abandoned?
I'd love to. That access easement was the subject of a great deal of discussion at the Planning Commission. And in the public record of the city, there is a document that sets out which documents were recorded on which date. And as we sit here today on record title, there still exists this easement despite what looked to be that termination. And it gets tricky, and the reason it gets tricky is because there was a 25-foot easement that was replaced by a 26.5-foot easement. And that document was not the end of the story. And the best reason that you know that is because in record title today, it still exists. The easement still exists. Now, Mr. Paone, representing Mr. O'Hill, told the Planning Commission that we're talking to the title company about having that taken off of title. They would take it as an exception. They would essentially ride around it and get insurance against that. My point was that is not the way this city should make a decision. If the city, first of all, shouldn't be involved in trying to interpret what issues in title are appropriate or not appropriate. The larger issue there, I think, is to look at good planning. And good planning in this case demands that frontage road be there. Because for a long-standing use and for the safety of the people who are going into Armstrong's and for the tenant who uses that, and they can explain to you how they use that during the Toshiba. I'm not sure that was fully fleshed out. That is the real reason that should get done, because I don't think the city wants to be in a position where it's making decisions based upon an easement that may or may not get wiped off by a title company.
Do you have any more questions?
Well, I have a question for the city attorney when he's done.
Okay.
If there's other questions of him, go ahead.
No, mine was the city attorney too, so go ahead.
I actually had just one quick question. How many days do you have scheduled for the arbitration?
6.
Aaron, can you enlighten us, I guess, on what he made some assertions on what rights they should have had in filing the application that we didn't give them. Did they have those rights? Did not have those rights? Who has what rights on this application? I mean, this is always kind of coming in and mucking things up here.
Yeah, it does raise some interesting issues. Under the former zoning code, it basically allowed anyone who had an interest in the property to go ahead and file an application and didn't require all the owners to submit that application. Under the state law, as far as development agreements go, it basically requires that somebody with an interest in the property execute the development agreement. It doesn't require all the property owners to execute a development agreement. However, from just a general sense of entering into development agreements, I could see some arguments that it makes sense to have all the parties who have an ownership interest to execute a development agreement. I think that you can proceed and go forward if that is your choice. If you're uncomfortable with proceeding, given all these disputes related to the ownership of the property, a continuance might be warranted in that case. And did I address the questions that you have? Was there other specific questions you had?
You addressed it, but I'm no more enlightened than
Well,
I was.
I'm trying to give you.
What you said, so I have a 1% interest in this property. So I can go ahead and do my development agreement. And the other 99% don't have any say in it. I just get to march ahead because I've got, is that the way the law reads?
The law is not specific enough. I think that you would not want to do that. I mean, I would advise you against that.
But from what you said,
Mr. O'Hill has according to the documents we've seen, he has a 50% interest in the property. There's representations in the development agreement that say that he has the authority to act as the managing partner under the agreements that they have with the other owners. He's basically indemnifying and defending us if that is not the case. So it's not quite a 1%.
my second question then is we go ahead and approve something, and then the arbitration says, no, it's this way. And he's not the one that can make all those decisions. You have to have everybody. So then what happens? We have to unravel it all?
Well, if he didn't have authority to enter into the agreement, then potentially the agreement could become void.
The key document here binding the parties is the development agreement. Is that the case?
The key document between the city and the applicant.
Yeah.
Is the development agreement.
But the planned community text is the same planned community text for both proposals, right?
Right. That basically sets the specific zoning for the property. And at least what's being proposed, I mean, Mr. O'Hill had a very different proposal as far as what he would like to see the planned community text to be. What staff has done is they've basically taken all the detail out of that proposal and made it much more generic so that the PC text could be approved for both proposals.
Councilman Selich, you have another question?
Oh, no, sorry.
All right.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
May I address a question that you had?
Yes.
Specifically, you said what happens if you have a 1% owner. You've raised an interesting issue that if you have a general partnership agreement between owners of land, and that general partnership agreement says you are the general partner who can do all of these things with the land, that's a different scenario.
Right.
That is not our scenario here, and it's very important that that be understood. Mr. O'Hill is not the general partner with authorization to do unilaterally whatever he wants with this property. That is the crux of the arbitration, because they own this property as not in a general partner format, and it's just for accounting and administration per the terms of that document. And so the meaning of that, accounting and administration, is at the crux of the arbitration.
Right. Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment?
I had a question.
Wait. You're going to be rebutting, aren't you? Yeah, I'll give you time for that.
May I ask, Mayor, for the city attorney, so let's say the council were to move forward in an arbitration a few months down the line. It's determined that, the partnership is structured as such that Mr. O'Hill doesn't have the right to enter into this development agreement. Where does that put the city?
Well, I guess if Mr. O'Hill did not have the right to enter into the agreement, then void the development agreement is a potential outcome there.
Okay.
But I think that give me just one moment. Yeah, the new owner, the other owners who, if they are determined to have the authority, could ratify the agreement, though.
Okay, so we would interpret the agreement as void if, in the arbitration, the other parties prevailed.
No, I don't think I've done a very good job of explaining this. Yeah, I'm going to ask Ms. Mulvihill to explain it.
And I appreciate it, and mostly it's because I've spent several months on this particular project through the Planning Commission, and I think what's important in this instant is both that this was processed under the old code, and there was no requirement for the owner's signatures, and that is why we accepted both applications. I'm going to put aside the PC text, but what's critical here is the development agreement. And in most instances, you might be more familiar with a development agreement that does carry certain obligations for public improvements and whatnot. And those certainly are things that run with the land in exchange for the vested rights. In this instance, the development agreements that have been negotiated with both Newport Beach Country Club and Gulf Realty Fund don't actually require any obligation from the owner or the people that sign the development agreement, but simply give them an opportunity to entitle and vest those rights. And if they choose to exercise that entitlement and those vested rights in the next 10 years, they will have the obligation of paying a public benefit fee. So in this instance, we have the ownership issues, and we have this potential conflict between owners and tenants and 50% owners. At the end of the day, they are all in charge as to whether or not they actually want to pursue the actual entitlement that you would be approving tonight. So therefore, while the development agreement does require recordation, and we generally require the owner's signature to record, we've included in the development agreements a representation that whoever signs the agreement has the legal authority to do so, and that they believe that they do so. If after the arbitration, the 50% owners of Gulf Realty want to challenge Gulf Realty's signature on the development agreement, then those owners could then challenge the development agreement. There would be no vested rights. There would be no entitlement.
So that challenge would be independent of an arbitrator. Just if an arbitrator says they have these rights, that's not persuasive to the city per se.
Correct.
That's a separate process.
And the flip side is, should after arbitration, the 50% owners, regardless of how the arbitration shakes up, decide that they do want the benefit of the development agreement, the city would likely, and has said in the development agreement, that it runs with the land.
Okay, so I'm presuming we're talking about binding arbitration here. Okay. So from what you're saying then, because the development agreement really doesn't contain any obligations on the part of the property of the developer, if there was a development agreement put in place and then it subsequently went away, the city really isn't losing anything by that. Because the only thing the city has to gain is the payment of the fee, which depends upon the execution of the plan.
Yes, in this particular instance, the scope of the development agreement is very limited to the payment of fee alone.
Okay.
So that's exactly what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
All right. Is there any more public comment? All right, then, since we are combining this, Aaron, would each get at the same time, in 5 minutes and then 5 minutes to rebut, and then we'll go back to the individuals. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's
All right, so,
May I ask a question?
yes,
Legal question once again. Is, given the question of the ownership or the control, I guess it's not a question of the ownership, but a question of control of the land, is there anything that prevents the council from approving item number 15 on the agenda?
No, you could go ahead and move forward and approve item 15 and not take action on item number 14.
so the applicant for agenda item number 14 now has 5 minutes to respond.
Could I ask for a few more moments, because I'd like to address some of the issues that have been here, and then Mr. O'Hill would like to say a few things as well.
Not too many more.
Okay, thank you. Let me start off by saying this isn't about Toshiba. Everybody loves Toshiba. This has no effect on whether there will be a Toshiba or not. We all love Hogue. I had 2 kids born there. We all love Hogue. That's not what this is about. This is about planning. It's just about planning. Ask yourself this question. You heard tonight that there's going to be a major investment in a 56,000 square foot clubhouse. It's not coming from equity members like at Big Canyon, who are doing it because they just want the benefit. They're not looking for a return on investment. It's not a business. They're equity members. What's happening here? So someone, and we don't even know who has that money and who's going to put it in there. Someone is going to come along, build a 56,000 square foot clubhouse, and not expect to do more business inside this big new facility. The question keeps coming up, and it's really a misstatement, and you know, Mike Recupero is a great advocate, but to start with a question, why, when Mr. O'Hill can't build a clubhouse, is he trying to decide that there should be a 35,000 square foot clubhouse instead of 56? Well, first of all, that's in the general plan. That's what it says. But he has the property adjacent to it. He wants to put bungalows there. Imagine Toshiba with some great bungalows. It's even better, right? So he wants to put those bungalows there. He's talking to operators. An operator wants to know what's going next door before they're going to make a commitment to their investment. They want to know that the aesthetics are there. If it's going to be a world-class hotel, as he envisions, and he's trying to put there, they want to know that the entry is beautiful, that the picture from Coast Highway is beautiful. They want to know what the uses are going to be next door and how intense it's going to be, what's going on there. Any business person would want to know that. So the question before you is they want 56,000 square feet. They're going to make a major investment, but they're not going to do anything to generate more revenues than they do today. Think about that. Equity members do that because they want the ambiance. It's theirs. They own it. We don't even know who's going to be making that investment. We don't know where the money's coming from. So think about that. He cares about the planning for that reason. He has never said, no one has ever said that GRF plans to build this golf clubhouse. That's a red herring that people keep throwing at you. That's not part of the equation here at all. Not one bit. Never been said. I'm going to toss an idea out, and that is that you create some flexibility here. We still would like to see the GRF proposal adopted and only the GRF proposal adopted. We'd still like to see that. But if you want to, you decide you're going to adopt the IBC proposal, we would ask that you also adopt the plan for that GRF has proposed so that either plan can be built. Staff took the two separate PC texts that were submitted, the applications, the PC development plans. They made it one, and they made it with the notion that now either plan can be built under this. If you only approve the IBC plan, which is speculation at this moment, it's very speculative. Who's going to build it? Who's going to finance it? And how are they going to, what types of activities are they going to have there? I heard 24/7 when it's not used by the members, or whatever the operating hours would be, can be used by other folks, by the public. That's not addressed by your MND, just as Mayor Gardner pointed out. That potential is clearly, there's clearly a fair argument that that's what's going to happen here, and it's not addressed in that MND at all. So please, if you're going to go that route, adopt both. Staff finds that a little uncomfortable. Yes, it's different, but it's been done in other places. There's no harm. It's not a race to see who can pull permits, but it allows whoever comes in, however this ends up, whether it's another buyer, founding members, whatever, they have a choice, and they don't have to go back through potentially years of processing. Mr. O'Hill has spent 17 years trying to get a plan next door that's compatible with what he wants to do. Please respect that and give that some consideration. I would love to be asked all the questions you asked Mike Recupero about the co-owners. I will say this. I'm glad he gave you the agreement, because the agreement that he gave you, if he gave, I haven't seen what he gave you, but I assume it's the co-owners agreement that we all know of. It shows that Mr. O'Hill Golf Realty Fund is the managing co-owner. By analogy only, I'm not saying it's a partnership, it's a co-ownership. By analogy, it's like a general partner. They have an agreement that he's in charge. He's in charge until a court or arbitrator says he's not. That has not happened. April 1st is a scheduled date. They have requested a continuance. I spoke to Mr. O'Hill's counsel on that today just because I thought this question might arise. They have requested a continuance, so it's not likely to be April 1st, although that has not been decided. Look at the planning issues. Please don't get caught up in all these other side issues that are out there. Make it a good plan. Now, Mr. O'Hill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, but Mr. O'Hill would like to make a few comments as well.
Question for you, Mr. Pione, because you wanted to be asked it. I know you're also a law school professor. What is your view of how the outcome of the arbitration affects development agreement? Can you address that?
Yeah, sure. I'll say this. I think if you stop to think about it, it doesn't really matter. Let's say, well, first of all, today, Mr. O'Hill is the managing co-owner. At the Planning Commission, they claimed that they were now the owners because there's a provision in that agreement that says if he violates the terms of the agreement, they can remove him. Well, that's like saying, Councilman Daigle, that if the bylaws here said that if Mayor Gardner did something you didn't like, you could remove her. You just raise your hand and say you're gone. No, there's a process there. So he is the managing owner as of today, and Mr. Recupero provided you with that document. However, should they become the managing owner and decide they don't want to pursue this plan, that's exactly what your staff has told you. It really doesn't make a difference because there's no obligation on their part to do anything unless they go pull the building permits. So it's really a tempest in a teapot. It's not of any great consequence because if he's in charge, then the plan goes forward. If it doesn't, and it doesn't change anybody's obligations either way. So I really, we can go all around with all the legal aspects, but I think from a practical aspect, it makes no difference at all.
Another question for Mr. Councilman Selich.
Yeah, this is for staff, probably everybody. Three-part question. It's on Mr. Payon's suggestion. Can we legally do what he's suggesting? Does the staff recommend that we do what he's suggesting? And how would we do it, given where we are tonight?
Well, and how do we sort out which application goes forward if they're both approved?
Mr. Harvey, I can address the issue from a planning perspective.
Let's hit the legal question first.
Okay.
I think that's where it starts. Is it legally permissible to approve two plans for the same property at the same time and have them both legally binding on the property?
Well, I think what's been presented to the City Council this evening was the Planning Commission's recommendation would be fine as legally acceptable. And basically what's being proposed is you have a kind of a white hole in Gulf Realty's application, and then you basically approve the Newport Beach Country Club's application related to the country club and the parking lot. And then what ends up happening is that to the extent that the project that people want to go forward with is Gulf Realty's project, then you go through kind of a process where you go to the planning director for some minor alterations and changes. To give Mr. Payon some more comfort in that area, we might need to add a little bit of additional language to ensure that the proposed changes to go forward with the Gulf Realty application, their proposal, could be done at an administrative level. You might want to add some different language in there. So I guess in sum, from a legal perspective, what the Planning Commission has proposed to you, I believe is acceptable. To alleviate some of Mr. Payon's concerns, we may want to add a little bit of additional language to ensure that changes can be made at an administrative level. I think that the big point that Mr. Payon is asking the City Council to approve, he's basically asking you to approve the site plan not only for Newport Beach Country Club that they've proposed, but also to approve the site plan that's being proposed by Gulf Realty. And I think in this case, that does create problems because you're basically giving two different vested rights to two different people through the development agreements. And the way that things are set up now, you don't have any conflict between the two development agreements. If you were to approve two different site plans, there would be a conflict between the two, and you create arguments that they both have the vested right to go forward with their own individual projects. I think it's primarily an issue that's trying to establish another basis for them in the litigation and potentially has the potential to bring the city into that litigation for granting two different parties vested rights. So I think Mr. Payon and I are in disagreement in regards to the approval of two specific site plans. And then, did you have any additional questions, Councilmember?
The legal part, I think.
Okay.
There's two other parts.
Could I have a chance to respond to that because we haven't discussed this at all? I'm simply proposing that the PC text acknowledge that under the PC text, either of these plans can come forward. There's nothing in the law that would prevent that. I think it's important to distinguish, Mr. Hart, between what you might suggest as policy and what the law permits or doesn't permit. I don't believe there's anything in the law that would say you can't have a plan that says you can do a PC text plan that says you can do either this or that. They're both pre-approved. I think there's a difference between legally and the legal issue and the policy issue, and I'm throwing the policy issue at the council.
Kim? If I just may add some more thought to the discussion. When you typically are looking at alternative site plans from a land use perspective and looking at a particular property and saying a property could be developed this way or it could be developed in another way, that's normally done at a specific plan level and sometimes at a general plan level, and we do have some examples within the city of Newport Beach. Because that presumes, whether it be through the zoning text or through a general plan text or specific plan text, there will be a subsequent review process that will establish the approved development plan that sets forth the standard for going forward and preparing construction drawings. The site development plan is the last discretionary approval that an applicant needs to secure from the city prior to securing building permits. And so there's a very practical aspect to this, from my point of view, is if you have two approved development plans, not at the PC text, but right at the site development plan level, both of them are able to enter into the costly process of engineering their construction plans and coming to the building counter and asking to be reviewed for plan checks. So there's there's a issue here that I'm seeing where how do we go forward and make that distinction if you have two vested plans, as Mr. Harp referred to. And again, Mr. Harp alluded to the fact that there are methods that we could provide more certainty to the Gulf Realty team through the plan community text, where we could add some specific language to the zoning text as to what type of modifications to a site plan could occur at an administrative level by the director, the community development director. So if the council is interested in that, we do have some suggestions to that regard.
I have a possible solution to the issue that's been raised, if I could address it, because our purpose is to allow someone else who may come in and own this property to have a choice and to not eliminate the possibility of the smaller club going in, being too expensive to process or too uncertain, and the administrative process not working for whatever reason. But we'd be happy to take it out of our development agreement because Mr. O'Hill and Gulf Realty Fund are not interested in building it. So seems to be this concern that there's going to be competing parties coming in with plans. That's not at all a possibility. The tenant has a long-term lease. The question is who will be the tenant for that long term and what will they want to do. We don't even know who that's going to be, and they're going to have to go in with this 56,000 square foot plan or go back to the drawing board potentially to get something new. So we would be willing to put whatever it takes in the development agreement to say that's not ours and we don't have the right to go forward with and build that plan, because that goes with the tenant. We acknowledge that.
I think in general, I think what Mr. Payon is proposing is just unnecessary. What Ms. Brandt has basically indicated as far as adding the additional language to the PC text resolves the issue. It gives the flexibility in case there's other modifications to the project when it goes to Coastal Commission or some other type of modification down the road as far as what is being proposed. Allows it to be taken at an administrative level so it doesn't have to come back to the City Council. So I don't really think, past the legal side of things, I don't really think what he's asking for is necessary. And I think that building in the flexibility to the PC text is the preferable way to go.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So are you saying that if we elected to take that approach tonight, that we would have some language that we could introduce as part of the PC text, as part of our actions tonight? So that we don't have to
Yes, we do
continue
have
this?
a proposal for council consideration.
Okay.
Councilman Henn.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, I'm growing weary of this discussion. I don't give a damn about this situation because I'm not going to vote for a vesting of rights to two people for the same property at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I don't give a damn what the legal arguments are. I'm not going to vote for that. So I'm okay to go forward with something that gives discretionary approval based upon something that's substantially similar in the event that whatever is the primary approval doesn't go forward. I'm okay with that idea, but I am not okay with giving vested rights to two people.
As I just said, we are fine with not having the vested right to that. just fine with it. What we would really like to see is that discretion be such that it's clear that this other site plan is acceptable, that we don't have to go through a process for it, the owner doesn't have to go.
Any other
tenant
comments from
doesn't have to go through the
Mr. Payon? All right, Mr. O'Hill, briefly.
I'll try to be brief. Let me talk about the arbitration for a moment, since everyone seems to be so interested in that. We have an owners in common agreement. I'm the managing owner, very similar to a general partnership agreement where I'm the general partner, also the largest owner. The agreement says that I have pretty much full discretion except for a couple things. One's selling the property, the other one's financing the property, and the third one is I can't do capital improvements to the property. That's it. I have worked with Arnold and Allen for, 17 years. We've spent $1.5 million. Every month they get a report. We have a lot of meetings. They not only, I didn't really need their approval as managing owner, but I had their approval, their support and their encouragement. It was only recently when Irv and Elliott, when I inherited them, that they looked at it and said, ooh, the frontage road, we don't want that to go away. Now, First American Title says it's not there. Chicago Title says it's not there. There's title insurance, but Continental Title that I think it was Continental, that IBC used somehow missed it and said it was there. So they go to IBC and say, we'll make you a deal. We'll support your plan if you agree to leave the frontage road in, regardless of whether there's an easement. So that's what this is all about. And let me tell you why I support the idea of approving both plans, and let me tell you why it's important. Because when we go to arbitration and they say, you know, he didn't have the right to do this, and I say, well, not only did I have the right, but in addition to that, you know, we were supported and knowledge and acquiescence and everything for 17 years and $1,500,000, despite how the judge rules, we may never get there. Because if IBC's plan gets built, then my co-owner's desire to have all residential and no tennis club has been fulfilled. There will be no tennis club because it won't make any sense to build high-end bungalows next to what the plan is for IBC. So my hope is that the future owner, whoever IBC may sell to, my new tenant, hopefully they won't engage in a litigation with the landlord who has disapproved their plans, and hopefully we can eventually get a plan that makes sense for everyone, and we can go forward with the bungalows and save the tennis club.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now the applicant for item number 15. No, I'm sorry.
I'm the one that's being affected because nobody says anything about the parking, nobody says anything about the generator, nothing else. And, you know, this council, I've been on a council, you have the right now to set the rules as to how they
Well,
do this.
we haven't gotten to that part yet,
Okay. Then don't forget me.
but you have had your moment. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. Shauna Schaffner again on behalf of MBCC. Mr. Pans just said that this is not a race to pull permits. We disagree. We are very anxious to redevelop the Newport Beach Country Club site. He also said that O'Hill has been processing for 17 years. We have been processing this plan for 3.5 years, and it's only taken so long because of significant delays by Mr. O'Hill. We would urge you to approve the PC as it is recommended by staff as it exists today. We believe that provides enough flexibility for any plan to be developed within the PC limits. MBCC at this point has not seen any language that would be proposed to modify the PC, so I'm not sure how we would react to that. If there is such a proposal, we would like time to react. Otherwise, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I ought to bring it back to council for comments. Councilman Selich.
Well, I've been doing land use planning and entitlement and development for many, many years, and I thought I've seen it all. Yeah, I guess Yes, there's always something new. I've never seen a situation like this where you've had a landowner and a leasehold tenant fighting it out like this over a plan and insisting on submitting two competing plans. I got wind of this a little over 2 years ago, and I offered my services to act as a mediator, if you will. In fact, I talked to Mr. Derrickell there on it, and initially I was rebuffed on it. Then they went back and talked some more, couldn't agree, and then they called me up and asked if I would step in and try and mediate, which I did. And we had a number of meetings over the last couple of years. I met with the Bay Club people, I met with the Gulf Realty Fund people, I had the Gulf Realty Fund people and the Bay Club people in the same room at the same time. I even had the Gulf Realty Fund, the Bay Club, and the Fierstein and Feinberg people in the same room at the same time. All to no avail. I thought that a year ago that we might have had a resolution. It didn't come about. And another year was spent on this plan. And I encouraged both parties to reach some kind of an agreement and not put the city council in the position of trying to pick a winner or loser on this thing when they had other issues to deal with. Councilman Rosansky and myself, as the council committee to negotiate development agreements, we met with both parties and negotiated development agreements. The conflict constantly came up. Both Councilman Rosansky and myself both urged both parties to go and resolve their differences before they came to the city and not put the city in this kind of a position. It's not right, it's not fair to do that, and I'm disappointed that we're at this point. That being said, I am not one that wants to sit here and trying to resolve these legal issues, give one party an advantage over the other party. The Planning Commission came up with their recommendation, and I haven't heard from the rest of the council on this. I can live with the Planning Commission recommendation. I think the Planning Commission took a fair shot at this and did a good job at analyzing it. I haven't heard the language that the staff has, but if it allows a little bit more flexibility, and again, Councilman Henn, I agree with you. I don't think we can invest both projects, but if there's some language in here that works that helps put us in more of a neutral position and let this situation go on and resolve itself through the legal process, then I would be for it. So I'd be interested in hearing what the staff's language would be and how they would propose making amendments to the PC text to accommodate the suggestion that was made here.
Okay. And Councilwoman Daigle?
Yes, I would be supportive of the Planning Commission recommendation, and let's see how the additional language plays out.
Councilman Hill?
I personally cannot get involved emotionally in who owns what. I don't think that's this council's purview to deal with. I think arbitration and the courts will deal with that. I believe that it has been vetted and probably vetted long enough, and I think contrary to what at least one person in this community believes, I do believe the Planning Commission does a good job, at least that's the thing. And I would be fully in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Councilman Henn?
I think the Planning Commission got it right. I think they did a very good job on this, and I'm ready to go forward on that basis.
Councilman Curry?
Well, I just can't imagine what we're doing here in the middle of this, trying to decide what direction the parking lot's going to go. Although I'll tell you, we wouldn't want me hauling my clubs, and I used to carry them from the car, through the middle of two cars to get to the clubhouse. So I think perhaps on IBC's part, they probably got that best from a golf perspective. You know, we've got people here who are litigating amongst themselves. We have competing plans. Some plans are not actually designed to get built. Who have some very good development plans for the bungalows and for the residential part and for the tennis club that probably need to get forward. But also, you've got the person who's the operator of the golf course with a 50-some-year lease left, who do in fact plan to build a clubhouse. I'll tell you, I was a member of that club for about 15 years, and those poor folks need a new clubhouse. That's absolutely true. So I think the Planning Commission, I think, did get it right. I just saw this language here about 12 seconds ago. I mean, to the extent that we're approving the Planning Commission recommendation with this language, Ed, I don't know what your thought is. I might be able to be okay with this, but let me read it first. But, this is not something that should have come to us at this point in time to get us involved in figuring out somebody else's problems. And in April, everybody on all 3 or 4 or 5 sides of this litigation are going to be hanging up paperwork and saying, this is what the city did to advantage us, and I just think we shouldn't be involved in that.
Councilwoman Daigle?
Well,
Oh, Councilman Henn?
yeah, I can sense the direction that the council wants to go up here, so I'm going to make a motion that we uphold the Planning Commission recommendations. Do we need to go through and read all of the different?
Well, I'd like to know the response of each of the applicants as to this additional language. I mean, I don't know if they just got it
They did.
as well, so, I mean.
I have a problem with part of the language. I personally think that the frontage road is important. I think it's important to the Armstrong Nursery business, and I think it's important to moving vehicles in and out of the site with the access of a signalized intersection. And so I would not be in favor of this amended language as long as paragraph 4.81B was in the text.
All right, then should we just go through each?
Yeah, I would
item?
be happy to do that, Mayor Gardner, if you'd like.
All right.
To go through each one, do you want me to just
Yeah,
provide
I'll
a
start with,
presentation?
all right, so we're agenda item
Just
number
for-
14.
Okay. So the PC tax would, the point of the section would just to provide more specificity to what types of amendments could be approved at an administrative level. So the text changes that we are recommending is that the administrative level review could include a minor relocation of any proposed structure. That's letter A. Letter B is deletion of the frontage road that's proposed to provide egress from the parking area of 1500 East Coast Highway to the signalized intersection of Irvine Terrace and East Coast Highway, provided that a minimum landscape setback of 18 feet is provided. Reduction in the square footage of any structure and a commensurate reduction in required parking, if applicable. Reconfiguration of the golf clubhouse parking lot, including drive aisles and/or parking spaces, subject to review and approval of the city traffic engineer. Letter E is reconfiguration of parking lot landscaping. F, modification of the approved architectural style. G is any other minor change to the site plan, provided it does not increase any structure area, height, number of units, number of hotels, and/or change of use. And finally, any proposed changes that are not deemed minor shall be subject to review and approval by the Planning Commission.
All right, comments? Councilwoman Daigle.
A question, so it says 4.8 minor changes by the director. You go to number 1C, reduction in the square footage of any structure. Does that mean it can go from 57,000 square feet to 38,000 square feet?
That is correct.
By the director?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Councilman Curry.
Well, I think, as with Councilman Hill, I think the frontage road actually serves a good public purpose, so I could support the rest of these without item B.
Councilman Selich, do you have?
Well, why don't we go through and take a straw poll of whether the council is willing to accept these minor changes, with the exception of the frontage road. Let's see if we can get agreement on everything else.
I would be interested in what the respective applicants think about these.
Well, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Shauna Schaffner on behalf of NBCC. We are okay with this language that we've just seen, with the exception of 4.81B, the deletion of the frontage road. I do not think that that would be a minor change. Everything else we're fine with.
All right. Mr. O'Hill?
We just had a chance to look at this as well, and while we appreciate the attempt here, I think the discussion proves our point that we've been trying to make, that even deleting the frontage road, should it turn out that they don't have the right to put that there across the property, they'd have to come back and go through the entire process based on the discussion that just happened, because it's no longer a minor, it's not a minor change. And I think this is the concern that I've raised with staff, that it's very subjective, and it will be subjective to the director, it'll be subjective all the way up. And I think you want to create flexibility. So, you know, we'll take as much as you'll give, but I think the problem is bigger. I think you should give flexibility. There's no serious objection. There's not been serious objection to either of these plans, and if it's possible to come back with both, we'd prefer that type of language. We had submitted language.
Okay. Doesn't this, though, number D, doesn't that deal with your issue? It's that way you...
Well, if the frontage, what I'm hearing is if the frontage road is not in another plan, then it has to go back all the way through the entitlement process. May even have to go to Coastal Commission. That's the concern, because what I'm hearing is that that would not be a minor adjustment that could be approved by the director. That is something that would have to go back to Planning Commission, and that starts a big process.
Staff, any comment on that? A concern?
I mean, I think he's right to the extent that it wouldn't be a minor change. It would have to go back to the Planning Commission for approval.
But does that trigger a process that could include having to go back to Coastal Commission and go through the entire approval process? That's the issue.
Absolutely.
Honestly, that would depend upon when the deletion occurred. If their application went forward with the road to the Coastal Commission, you know, its deletion and adding landscaping might be an administrative modification of coastal. We just won't know that. You know, I don't know if it would make a big deal.
Those are the important words. We don't know that.
Yeah, this is always, I mean, this is the problem to me. It's getting late, we're getting fuzzy, and we're trying to create language all of a sudden on something that has been going through weeks and months, years.
Isn't the discussion academic if we want, if the council wants the frontage road in there, what is the debate about?
I don't know. Well, if they can establish there is not an easement.
What does an easement have to do? You don't have
I
to have
don't
an
know.
easement to have a frontage road.
Well, I think I agree with Councilmember Hill. If you want the frontage road there and you don't consider that to be a minor change, then you can keep that language in. I guess the only real issue is what if Coastal deleted, made them, that they proposed it and Coastal for some reason made them take it out, I guess, as far as the approval they got from Coastal.
All right. So we have this discussion. Do we want to approve this new language with the exception of 4.81B? The straw vote, let me see.
And Madam Mayor, is that in the context of approving the Planning Commission recommendation if this is an amendment?
Yes. So is that in general? All right. Then let's go. Yes, Steve.
Are they objecting to the language or not?
He said he'd take whatever he could get. So. All right. Then now we go through each aspect of this. Is that correct?
Could I just have just a moment to consult with the plan director?
Okay.
Jim Campbell's going to assist with the making of the motion. There's a few additional changes. There's a few changes that have been made to the documents that need to be reflected in the motion.
All right.
So, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, we are on agenda item 14. There's really two items that need to be added to the motions, if you will. And that would be the exhibits that I handed out earlier this evening to the planned community text. We want to make sure the motion includes those two exhibits, and as well as the additional language to the development agreement that we read into the record. And that was it. It's okay. And those are the only two additional items to the motion that would be necessary on 14.
I'm sorry. Can you just repeat that? The two items were?
The two items are the additional exhibits to the planned community
Oh.
text that I indicated in my presentation, and then the other item is the additional sentence and the language that we read into the record for the development agreement.
Right.
So if we can then make sure those are included in the motion, we'll be fine.
All right, is there a motion?
One last item, and that is the additional language that was passed out here, if that's depending upon which items, whether you want to include B or not.
No.
Okay. I'll make one motion for both items 14 and 15, that I move approval of the Planning Commission recommendation is shown in the staff report with the addition of the maps, and the change to the development agreement is referenced by Mr. Campbell, and the additional language submitted to us by staff with the exception of 4.81B. Does that cover it?
I think we'd be more comfortable if it was two separate motions, for one for 14 and one for 15.
Okay.
All right. Without trying to make things too difficult.
Okay. Jim, do those exhibits go to both applications?
Yes, they do.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll remake the motion I just made only to apply to item 14.
Second.
All right, I will be voting no because I feel the mitigated negative declaration is fatally flawed, and that's the foundation.
And then just to establish for the record, this includes recommendation number 4 related to the hotel compromise worked out between Marriott and Mr. O'Hill.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I guess I just have one further question regarding approving a development agreement with Gulf Realty Fund when we know that there is a dispute about who can sign that development agreement. Is it a wise thing to approve a development agreement, or at the end of the day, does it not really make any difference? We can approve it and there's no real harm if, in fact, there's a change in the determination of who's the managing entity for that.
I think from a legal perspective, there's no issue with the fact that they are having a dispute over that item.
In other words, it's not a problem to approve a development agreement.
No, it's not a problem. Mayor, one quick issue. I don't believe you've closed the public hearing officially.
We'll close the public hearing. All right. Can we vote, please?
Prior to reading the vote, I need to read the resolution and ordinance titles. Resolution number 2012-9, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach adopting mitigated negative declaration number ND 2010-008 for the Newport Beach Country Club property located at 1600 and 1602 East Coast Highway. Ordinance number 2012-2, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving planned community development plan number PC 2005-002 for the Newport Beach Country Club property located at 1600 and 1602 East Coast Highway. Resolution number 2012-10, a resolution of City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving the conversion of 17 tennis courts to 27 hotel units. Site development permit number SD 2011-002, limited term permit number XP 2011-004, investing tentative map number NT 2005-003, and denying transfer of development rights number TD 2010-003 for the Newport Beach Country Club property located at 1600 and 1602 East Coast Highway, and ordinance number 2012-3, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving development number DA 2008-001 for the Newport Beach Country Club property located at 1600 and 1602 East Coast Highway. With the Mayor Gardner voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
All right. And now do we have a motion on agenda item number 15?
I'll move approval of item number 15 with, as approved, as recommended by the Planning Commission, items A through E in our staff report, with the addition of the two exhibits submitted by Mr. Campbell, the maps, and the additional language to the development agreement, and also the additional language to the PC text, with the exception of 4.81B.
Second.
Please vote.
That's fine. I just wanted to make one comment. There were issues raised by the residents of Irvine Terrace and concerning problems with parking and with noise from generators and so forth. And so I don't know that this is the place to really deal with that, but I do think we do have a special event permit process. I would like to see those issues get some attention in that special event process to see if we can make life a little better for the residents in Irvine Terrace during that event.
Councilmember Henn, thank you for bringing that up. We will definitely take those issues to heart as we look through the special event permit process for upcoming events. So Mr. Eichert's concerns will be addressed at that level.
That was going to be my comment after we voted.
Prior to reading the vote, I asked to also read the resolutions and ordinance titles for this item. Resolution number 2012-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach adopting mitigated negative declaration number ND 2010-010 for the Newport Beach Country Club property located at 1600 East Coast Highway. Resolution number 2012-12, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving General Plan Amendment Number GPA 2008-005 for the Newport Beach Country Club located at 1600 East Coast Highway. Ordinance Number 2012-4, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving Plan Community Development Plan Amendment Number PC 2008-001 for property located at 1600 East Coast Highway. Resolution number 2012-13, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving site development review number SD 2011-003 and limited term permit number XP 2011-005 for the Newport Beach Country Club located at 1600 East Coast Highway, and ordinance number 2012-5, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving development agreement number DA 2010-005 for property located at 1600 East Coast Highway. With that, the mayor votes no, so the motion carries 6-1.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Selich, I think that's your name. I can't remember anymore.
I think we just learned what it means when Congress says that making laws is like making sausage. It ain't pretty.
All right. That's it for that. Aren't you all going to get up and leave? Okay. All right. What is the wish of council? We still have 3 items, and I think one of them at least could be have some discussion on it. Do you wish to continue those items, or do you wish to continue meeting?
How about we do the one where we vote for the, there's a committee assignment, a committee appointment. Maybe do that
Okay.
one.
All right. All right. So do I have a motion to continue items 16 and 17?
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Vote, please. All right. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. All right. So item number 16. All right. We have a motion, and we have now voted.
I just want to, just for the record, I want to make sure it's clear that council members Hill and Rosansky have recused themselves based on financial interests and are not voting on item number 16.
With that, the motion carries 5-0.
All right. And a motion to continue item 17.
Motion to do so. Second.
Come back and vote, please.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, it's been a really long day, but we probably should take public comment on number 16 as far as the continuance goes.
All right, yes. Is there any public comment on the continuance of item number 16?
Take away my vote on 17.
Yeah, let me clear it.
Is there any public comment on the continuance of item number 17? Thank you. All right, number
Now
18.
they can come back. Wait, you still need a vote on 17.
Oh, I thought we'd already voted.
No, because
17.
Yeah, I already voted for 17.
council members Hill and Rosansky can return. They might have left completely. for item 17. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Item number 18 is the appointment to fill the unscheduled vacancy on the Special Events Advisory Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
No, but you have two names, and Leilani's going to hand those out.
Yeah, we do need a motion to conduct the appointments, however, pursuant to Council Policy A2 with the, the process.
So moved.
All right. Do we have to vote on that and then vote on the?
Yes.
All right, so let's vote on that. Yeah, public comment on?
Mayor Gardner and members of the council, I think we're on item 18, the appointment. I just wanted to say there, it's not particularly specific to this, but many of these committees, you're making an appointment, and unlike our boards and commissions or our bigger things, it's not clear how long the appointments are. They seem to be lifetime appointments, and I think that's a problem that should be corrected at some time in the future, that the vacancy is just occurring because somebody decided to resign. I think you should make the appointments for a definite time period. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please vote on the motion.
Councilmember Rosansky, thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Yes, now we vote. Your names are on top. Thank you.
And how long is the term for? That's a good question.
It's implied by the policy that's for 4 years.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Councilmember Rosansky voted for Paul Blank. Councilmember Hill voted for Paul Blank. Councilmember Henn voted for Paul Blank. Mayor Pro Tem Curry voted for Paul Blank. Councilmember Daigle voted for Paul Blank. Councilmember Selich voted for Paul Blank, and so did Mayor Gardner. Paul Blank is the newest member to the Special Events Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Is there a motion for reconsideration? Does somebody really want to get this? Then we are adjourned. I just want to thank staff. This was a difficult evening, and thank you for all the help you gave us.
That was absolutely the worst hearing we've ever had.